697. Chen Pinggan stopped his stance and turned to look outside the city wall. More than 1,000 feet away, there was an unexpected visitor hovering in the air on his sword. The number one of Moon-bearing Mountain's 100-sword deities, alias Fei Ran, liked to show himself as a green-robed swordsman. Fei Ran smiled and said, "Good fist." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Don't steal it, don't be shameless." This Fei Ran was the same as that official. He didn't have the slightest demeanor of a sword cultivator. Fei Ran shook his head and said, "I really can't learn it." Previously, he followed the great monster Qieyun to Howren Heaven and used his military merits to exchange for Luhua Island from Moon-bearing Mountain. Fei Ran's choice was a bit surprising. Otherwise, with his status, it wouldn't be difficult for him to occupy half of the old site of Rain Dragon sect. Therefore, many military tents guessed that Fei Ran had taken a fancy to the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island. Most likely, there was another cave that wasn't discovered by passers-by, and then Fei Ran took advantage of it. Chen Pinggan glanced at Fei Ran and shifted his gaze. Dozens of miles away from the city wall, there was a huge snowstorm. It was especially magnificent. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the Dragon King and couldn't land on the city wall. Fei Ran followed the young hidden official's gaze and turned to look at the snow. He turned back and said with a smile, "When I was young, I studied under Mr. Ju. I liked to flip through the beautiful poems from Howren Heaven. My imagination was magnificent. Unfortunately, Mr. Ju's standards were high. When he compiled poems, he usually only used exquisite words and deleted those that didn't meet his eyes. Among them, there was a poem that praised the snow. 5 Ding defeated the clouds with a sword, 300,000 jade dragons died in battle." Fei Ran spoke to the young hidden official with his skillful Howren Heaven. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "The full poem goes, 5 Ding defeated the clouds with a sword, straight to the imperial capital under the Milky Way. 300,000 jade dragons died in battle, defeated by the wind. Your old fox Tong Tian only took half, it's not a big problem. His standards may not be high, but it's not low." Fei Ran nodded and said, "I see, I've learned something." Earlier on the battlefield, Chen Pinggan and Fei Ran fought once. They had a bit of fighting spirit and strength, but there was no clear winner. Moreover, the two sides were not really fighting each other. At that time, both sides still had too many tricks up their sleeves. In Chen Pinggan's mind, the likes of Fei Ran and Shi Chen had the greatest potential to deal with the vast world. They were not just proficient in killing on the battlefield. After experiencing this huge battle, Chen Pinggan truly understood a principle. Sword immortals were indeed extremely lethal. Great Demon's Dharma spells were naturally extremely powerful. However, under the vast and mighty forces, they appeared insignificant. As long as Fei Ran and her subordinates were willing to work hard, they would be able to help the demon sovereigns in the wildlands. In fact, they might even be able to change the customs of the people. In some ways, they would be able to change the lands that had been taken over by the demon sovereigns. Now, what Chen Pinggan was most worried about was that the various demon sovereigns were studying and figuring out the detailed steps of the Dali steel cavalry of the Aquarius continent. He wanted to know exactly how they were going to mend the broken mountains and rivers and win over the hearts of the people. Then, they would turn around and use it on the Tongyi continent or Fu Yaro continent. Just like the Jiao Shen tent, the young man who was not a sword cultivator. But compared to Li Zhen, Liu Bai, and the other sword immortal embryos added together, Chen Pinggan wanted to kill him more. Wooden Clog, who was not of a high realm, had climbed up the city wall and stood beside the dragon sovereign. He wanted to review the battle situation with Master Hidden Official. He humbly asked for advice and bowed as a junior. But Chen Pinggan ignored him. With the dragon sovereign beside him, he would definitely not be able to kill him. Since that was the case, what was there to talk about? The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. After all, Wooden Clog's ambition was not to cultivate. Fei Ran turned the tip of the sword under her feet, as if she was just accompanying the young hidden official to enjoy the snowy scenery. Chen Pinggan said, "That Mr. Ju is known as Wen Hai in the barbarian world. It's just that he's a little unlucky and has the same name as the mountain master of an academy in the North Continent. I've heard that the scholarly sage has a bad temper. When you go back, ask Liu Bai to tell your teacher to be careful that Zhu Wenhai is beaten to death by the sage. If that happens, Zhu Mi will be beaten to death by the sage. Fei Ran did not know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and said, "It seems that Li Zhen is right. You are a little bored." A scholarly academy master wanted to kill Mr. Wenhai, who was the second highest sovereign. Of course, he was now the third. Xiao Chuo acted on his own initiative and placed a chair refined from the corpse of an ascendant realm demon at the second highest position in the ancient well. But Mr. Zhu and Liu Cha did not mind this. Chen Pinggan walked slowly, but he did not continue to use his stance to punch. Fei Ran followed him on her sword. They were walking on two different paths, but they were heading in the same direction. Chen Pinggan asked casually, "What is the true form of that old fox Tongtian? There is no record of it in the secret files of the Summer Palace, and I have never had the chance to ask the Sword Immortal." Although Zhu Mi was known as the old fox Tongtian in the wilderness, Chen Pinggan was sure that the second highest sovereign was not a heavenly fox. Zhu Mi looked too much like a scholar. So, Chen Pinggan had always wanted to ask about its true form and name. But he had been too busy and did not have the chance to ask later. Fei Ran said, "For the Venerable One's name." Chen Pinggan said, "I didn't ask you about Zhu Mi's true name." Fei Ran said, "Mr. Zhu must have a true name that he did not use. But he does not have a true name." Chen Pinggan replied, "I see. I have learned something." Of course, she could be talking nonsense. After all, if Fei Ran was not bored, she would not have come here. Chen Pinggan asked, "Did that Zhonglu go to the Fuyao continent to seek sword?" The Fuyao continent had a sword cultivator sect. It was deeply rooted and did not have many people. But each of them had great battle strength. In history, no one had ever gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train. Fei Ran shook her head. "Zhonglu has been staying at the ruins of the gate. He hugs his sword and dozes off all day. His choice is different from Xiao Chuo and the Luoshan bamboo nunnery." Chen Pinggan nodded, "That's good. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would feel sorry for the wine that was given away." Fei Ran smiled, "The Dragon Monarch and the Moon Supporting Mountain will not give you the 1 in 10 chance of becoming a martial artist and a jade unpolished sword cultivator at the same time. I'm guessing that when you reach the late stage of the peak realm or the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, the Dragon Monarch will call for a senior of the same realm. If it is not Liu Cha, it will be that old ape. They will smash the city you are on and try to break your physique and sword heart. In short, they will not let you break through too easily. They will also prevent you from going crazy and giving up half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to escape to the wilderness. So you are destined not to go to the 100,000 mountains where the old blind man is. You don't have to guess. Li Zhen must have told the Jiazi camp. I am curious. What grudge do I have with him? Why does he keep pestering me? If Li Zhen is so smart, why don't he practice his sword properly and then seek sword with me heroically?" Chen Pinggan held the back of his head with both hands and looked up at the sky. "As for the martial artist 10 realms, forget it. I don't dare to dream of it. You know very well how I reached the peak realm. Besides, I have already received 2 portions of martial fate from the wilderness. As an outsider who came here as a guest, I feel uncomfortable. I wish I could return it, but I can't. Fei Ran, you are so famous in the wilderness. Don't you have a few peak realm martial friends? How can you bear to watch me enjoy myself here? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Even if I don't fight, I would come here to scold you." Fei Ran smiled, "I really don't have any martial artist 9 realms friends. I do have a martial artist 10 realms friend, but he went to the Fuyao continent. There is a fierce battle at the Shanshui Cavern. Qi Tingji and Zhu Shunji of the Central Plains are guarding there. There seems to be 2 hidden officials' acquaintances in the Shanshui Cavern. They are martial artists of the same age, Cao Ci and Yu Zhuanfu. This young hidden official probably did not carry the beheading sword with him because he wanted to practice his martial arts. However, the hairpin in his hair was hard to miss. Even the Dragon Monarch could not do anything about it. It was completely destroyed. Just like the bright red robe on Chen Pinggan, it seemed to be an item of great refinement. Chen Pingan put his hands behind his back. Is Cao Ci already at martial artist 9 realms? Feiran smiled. I don't know about that. I didn't ask much about the battle at the Fuyao continent. Chen Pingan nodded. On the mountains and below the mountains of the Fuyao continent, there were constant battles. In a generally peaceful world, it might not be as stable as the stagnant Tongyi continent, but in times of chaos, the people's hearts were far more stable than the Tongyi continent. Feiran took out a flask of Rain Dragon Sect's immortal wine and raised it to the young hidden official. Chen Pingan waved his hand, indicating for Feiran to continue drinking. Then, he shook his sleeve. It was empty. Chen Pingan only had a superficial understanding of the upper 5 realms heaven and earth sleeve. There were some rough records in the archives of the Summer Palace. Since Chen Pingan had nothing to do, and the long river flowed too slowly on his body, he studied it carefully and barely managed to form a prototype. It was a pity that Chen Pingan was at the top of the city and did not have anything to put in it. Otherwise, even living things could be put in it. Therefore, the Heaven and Earth Sleeve Immortal Technique and the Mountain View Divine Ability were the 2 immortal techniques that Chen Pingan had been longing for many years. During the heavy snowfall earlier, Chen Pingan collected quite a bit of snow in his sleeve. It was like eating dumplings during the new year, and he was a little happy. However, when Chen Pingan finished building a row of snowmen, he did not expect that because he was not far enough away from the dragon god, the grey robe's sword light shattered them all. It did not come earlier or later. When Chen Pingan finished building the snowmen, the dragon god's sword arrived. This old bastard, please don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll refine his soul and give it to Sharu to wear so that she can keep Du Mao's shed skin company. Chen Pingan raised his palm, and the 5 lightning gathered in his palm. The lines on his palm were like mountains and rivers. He smiled and said, if you don't leave, I'll have to send you off. There's nothing to do with this hairpin of mine. Just tell the Jiazi camp to rest assured that there's no secret. Feiran hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'll help you pass the message. Chen Pingan smiled and said, leave, and threw out a 5 lightning technique. Feiran only dodged and did not attack. I sincerely wanted to give you the wine, and you gave it to me with the 5 lightning technique. What a good return of politeness. Feiran even had the mood to bid farewell to the young hermit and slowly flew away on her sword. Feiran's temper had always been to not be anxious about anything. Chen Pingan suddenly looked at Na Feiran and asked, in that carefully selected poetry collection, have you ever seen a poem about traveling immortals that is popular among the people? Usually, it would be placed at the beginning or the end of the poem. Feiran stopped and smiled. I'd like to hear the details. Chen Pingan held his hands in his sleeves and walked slowly, reciting the poem loudly. I live in a house with 10,000 years in the human world. The sun rises high on the east wall. When I open my eyes, I feel disturbed in my dreams. The bright moon falls in my eyes. I urge a cloud to stay in the corner of the world. I'm often accompanied by a stream of pine trees in my sleeves. Drunk, I ride a white deer and green-horned dragon. The immortals ask for wine when they meet me. My crown hangs on a cinnamon branch in the heavenly palace. My hand grasps a golden crow as a charcoal cage. Sad immortals dream of 1,000 years. Once they dream of me, they miss their immortality. After Feiran heard it, she found it strange. Chen Pingan turned his head and said with a sincere gaze, why are you in a daze? If you haven't heard of it, quickly memorize it. Later, let Ju Wenhai bathe and change his clothes first before copying it into the book. It will be the highlight of the world's traveling immortal poems. Feiran smiled and said, isn't this spacing a little too casual? Sir Hermit, please don't bully me because I'm not a scholar. Chen Pingan said with a look of pity, the world has a long history. There are so many official dialects. What do you know about flat rhymes? The poem's thoughts are like the fist's intent. If the meaning is great, it will be aggressive and smashed down on the head. The scholars of the future will see the poem as if they saw the fist. It will be like being hit in the face. Feiran smiled. Chen Pingan nodded. He raised his hand and waved it gently. It seems like Brother Feiran is quite knowledgeable. That's right, you saw through it. There are couplets and poems in the world. My traveling immortal poem is like my palm lightning technique. It's a combination. Feiran flew away on her sword. Chen Pingan lay on the wall and continued to flip through the book. When he threw it out of the city, he regretted it very quickly. He quickly used the earth-shrinking mountain river divine art and went to one of the big strokes on the city wall to grab the book that was floating in the wind. Chen Pingan had already memorized the entire book by heart. He could even recite it backwards without a problem. Because the book was an external object of this half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as long as Chen Pingan dared to take it out, even if it was at the furthest end of the city wall from the dragon monarch, it would still attract a sword. Therefore, Chen Pingan did not have a pen and paper. If he wanted to make some annotations on the book, he could only use a wisp of sword qi as a pen and gently write on the blank space. Even if he did not have the cultivation of the Jade Pure Realm, Chen Pingan's eyesight could still see the words clearly. Every time he flipped a page, he would change his reading position. He would either sit in the big strokes on the city wall, walk on the wall, hang upside down on the horse path of the city wall, or ride the wind to the canopy above the city wall. However, the canopy was not high now. It was only 5,000 feet above the city wall. If he went higher, after the dragon monarch's sword, the remaining sword qi of the flying sword could really hurt Chen Pingan's body. For some reason, the dragon monarch was not interested in this book, which was also an external object like the book in front of him. He let Chen Pingan read the book to relieve his boredom and rushed over from the no-sword light. Chen Pingan set up a Taoist field in the snail's shell and secretly did a small thing. He refined the words from the book to the outside carefully and then put them into his sleeve. Therefore, when Chen Pingan came to read the book again today, more than 2,000 commonly used words had been removed from the book. As a result, the content of the book was mostly blank and intermittent. They were like little guys who were forced to move. Chen Pingan grabbed them by the collar, crying and babbling, and were forced to move away from their hometown. Some rare words that appeared alone often appeared in pairs. For the time being, Chen Pingan did not force them to move. It was a pity that they could not form a book of 100 family names, nor could they form a 1,000-character classic. Of course, such small refined words were of no practical use. Even if Chen Pingan had refined the entire book of 300,000 words, causing all the pages of the book to be blank, it was just that there were more lifeless, old-fashioned little guys in the world in the sleeve. After all, Chen Pingan could not learn from Pei Qian and Li Huai. What could he say about having 300,000 troops under his command? However, if he was really bored, Chen Pingan would also arrange the words that he had refined into soldiers. He would shake them out of his sleeve and land them on the city wall, dividing them into two camps. The number of words was not large, and the number of soldiers was small. At most, there would be 20 to 30 words. Moreover, they were all commonly used words that appeared in many places in the travel notes. This was to prevent the dragon monarch from being stupid and killing them all at once with his sword. Chen Pingan would let those little guys dressed in black land on the city wall. Their bodies swayed back and forth, and their footsteps were slow. They were like two groups of mischievous children in the streets of the city, wrestling with each other. They did not have much strength. Today, Chen Pingan suddenly became very diligent in his refinement of words. In one go, he refined a few hundred of those Chen Pingan characters in the book. Out of the 1,500 characters, he refined one and kept one. Then, Chen Pingan carefully shook out 2 words from his sleeve. Then, he took out those Chen Pingan imperial edicts and gathered them densely together. Every 3 words stood side by side, forming a Chen Pingan. Thus, there were 2 words. One was Ning, and the other was Yao. It was Ning Yao. It was as if she was confronting these Chen Pingan who were unfortunately not Chen Pingan. Then, Ning Yao took a step forward. With every step, the 500 Chen Pingan began to sway. In the end, they could not stand steadily as if they were drunk and fell to the ground with a crash. Chen Pingan squatted on the city wall with his hands in his sleeves. Looking at this scene, he smiled brightly. A bright red robe spread on the ground. Today's young secluded official was not too lonely. It was also the first time he did not feel that the long river of light flowed too slowly. From the other half of the city wall, the dragon god brandished his sword. Moreover, this sword was not like the previous sword. It was extremely powerful. Even though the sword light had already swept across dozens of miles above his city wall in an instant. The sword intent was extremely heavy, and the sword chi was extremely long. It spread out from the cliff where the dragon god brandished his sword. Chen Pinggan still did not seem to notice. When the sword light had swept across half of the city wall, Chen Pinggan stood up and began to use the ninth realm martial arts and sword punches. Time and time again, his body collapsed. Time and time again, before the sword light headed for the figurines, his body reformed and he punched out again. Finally, Chen Pinggan used his peak martial arts to completely destroy the sword light with his fists. Moreover, he came to the cliff and stomped heavily on the ground. He unleashed a pure jade realm sword immortal Dharma idol that was as tall as a mountain. He gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to form a sword. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed at the grey-robed figure on the cliff. The huge Dharma idol with a pair of golden eyes laughed loudly. "You have strengthened my fist intent. I will thank you heavily, dragon god." The dragon god waved his hand and pushed the young woman who was nurturing her sword intent and stabilizing her sword heart to 1,000 feet away. When she came to the edge of the cliff, he did not brandish his sword or attack. The sword in the Dharma idol's hand on the opposite shore shattered. The Dharma idol collapsed with a loud bang. The sword immortal Dharma idol appeared again and the sword slashed at the dragon god's head. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, the dragon god remained motionless. The Dharma idol's sword could not even get close to the grey-robed figure. There were countless sword auras in heaven and earth that fought against the young man. After the last Dharma idol collapsed, Chen Pinggan finally stopped his meaningless attacks. In a flash, he returned to his original spot and collected the small refinement characters. Liu Bai came to the dragon god's side uneasily and asked softly, did he really strengthen his fist intent by 1 point? The difference between a peak martial arts and a 10th realm martial arts was like the difference between the great sword immortals like Nailan Xiaowei, Yu Qing, Mi Hu, and the few ascendant realm sword immortals. He said it for the demonic cultivators under his feet to hear. He did not strengthen his fist intent at all. He made it up on purpose to disgust me. The dragon god was helpless. He explained patiently to the little girl beside him who was actually very smart. However, when it came to Chen Pinggan, the dragon god explained patiently, at the peak martial arts level, a martial artist's state of mind would not be too bad. Especially a mad dog like him who likes to question his heart. If I wanted to ruin his plans with a sword, he would be angry and annoyed. However, it would be difficult for him to raise his martial spirit to a higher level. It would not be so easy for him to improve his martial spirit. After becoming a hidden official, he had seen those big battles with his own eyes. That was where his martial arts cage was. Because it was difficult for him to experience any great sorrow or joy, his mental path had long been ahead of his realm and his physique. He was not far away from the end of the martial artist's path. Only a battle of life and death could forcefully train his physique. Liu Bai nodded gently and agreed. A bright red robe reappeared on the edge of the cliff without any warning. This time, he brought a narrow sword with him. He gently held the hilt of the sword with both hands and said with a smile, "Miss Liu Bai, do you think our senior Dragon King is a talkative person? Since he is not, why is he so long-winded? You have to think about it carefully. If you practice the sword and not the heart, you will lose your realm." Liu Bai sneered and said, "You are not long-winded at all." Chen Pinggan said in a serious tone, "This is not because I am afraid that Miss Liu Bai will listen to Senior Dragon God's explanation. Your mouth will say oh, but in your heart, you will curse Senior Dragon God." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "The immortals on the mountain, as long as you are skeptical, there will be ghosts everywhere. I am helping Senior Dragon God to get rid of the suspicion. Can't you understand? Miss Liu Bai, I really don't want to scold you, but if we fight, I am afraid that you will break your neck, and Senior Dragon God won't be able to stop you. Today, Senior Dragon God helped me to improve my fist intent. Please give me face and don't talk nonsense to Brother Ju." Mi Liu Bai's eyes gradually became firm. She took a step forward and crossed the grey robe. Then, she smiled and said, No matter what you say or do, I don't care about what you say or do. I don't care about what you say or what you do. You don't need to thank Senior Dragon God for helping me improve my fist intent. It doesn't matter if you sincerely thank me, but I want to thank you for helping me repair my sword heart. Sincerely. Senior Dragon God nodded his head gently. Chen Pinggan was silent for a moment. In fact, Liu Bai's heart was right. But is it useful? It may not be useful to her, but it is useful to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Then do you know that the heart demon has already been created because of me, and the sword heart has been mended a little by me? This is a new heart demon, and it has even fewer flaws. Believe it or not, it is up to you to ask Senior Dragon God." Senior Dragon God sighed, "Liu Bai, go practice your sword in another place. He is using you to comprehend the heart demon." No wonder this person didn't see Liu Bai as an opponent at all, but deliberately came here again and again to leave some traces in her heart. Chen Pinggan glanced at the grey robe. There were so many king-level monsters, but the Senior Dragon God was left on the city wall. Senior Dragon God smiled and said, "Is the mad dog going to bite people again?" Liu Bai had already left. She didn't fly on her sword, but walked on the city wall. Chen Pinggan sat on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the torrent of the monster army in the distance. Then he withdrew his gaze and leaned back, using the sword as a pillow, and said to himself, "It should be when I get home. Children holding clothes, laughing at my white hair." Senior Dragon God smiled and said, "I don't have such sadness, and you can't go home." Chen Pinggan was surprised and immediately sat up. He wondered, "How do you understand human language?" Senior Dragon God didn't care and asked, "Do you know why I didn't block the vision here?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "It's similar to the two heavy snowfalls. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Senior Dragon God laughed and said, "Just wait, at most half a year. Not only will you not be able to see the sun and moon, but I won't have to stop you from using your fists and swords. It seems like you are worse than Chen Qing." It turned out that Chen Pinggan could no longer see the grey robe of the Senior Dragon God. In fact, all the scenes on the city wall had disappeared from his vision. When he lowered his head and looked out, the monster race that was swarming towards the world was nowhere to be seen. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked. The snow was falling slowly in the distance, and he could still vaguely see it. Even if he couldn't see it in the future, it didn't matter. Small worries were as big as grains of rice. Moreover, it was hard to meet again in the martial world, and the road was long. There would be a time when they would meet again, and someone would definitely say that Master had worked hard. Master had worked hard. Junior Martial Uncle had worked hard. Chen Pinggan had worked hard. Chen Pinggan swaggered off, his sleeves fluttering as he laughed and said, "Isn't it like a joke? Hard my ass." Fei Ran and Li Zhen came to the Senior Dragon God's side. Li Zhen asked, "Is he really crazy?" Senior Dragon God asked, "Ask yourself." Fei Ran smiled and asked, "That Cao Ci actually defeated him 3 times in a row?" Senior Dragon God nodded and said, "Yes." 698. The group walked past the Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuhua in the southeast of the North Continent. This was a rare pair of Dao companion mountains. Golden-backed geese would occasionally appear on the Golden Light Peak, but it was extremely difficult to find them. It was even more difficult for cultivators to catch them. On the 1st and 15th of every full moon night on Mount Yuhua, a snow-white giant frog as big as a mountain would often lead a large group of disciples to absorb the essence of the moon. Hence, it was also nicknamed the Thunder Mountain. According to the way the 3 of them hurried, not only did they deliberately avoid the immortal ferry, they crossed mountains and rivers by walking. Li Huai did not seem to be in a hurry to go to the Lion Peak, and Pei Qian was also not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. In Li Huai's private words, Pei Qian hoped that when she returned home, she would be able to see her master. It was not that Li Huai did not want to go to the small town at the foot of the Lion Peak earlier to see his parents, but sometimes when he thought of Pei Qian's situation, he did not have the heart to persuade her. Other than not having the heart, the key was that he did not dare. Pei Qian was not Li Baoping. The latter was more reasonable when beating people up. Li Huai knew that Pei Qian had a lot of small account books. It was said that almost everyone had one, the kind that only had one. Li Huai always felt that his account book was very likely to be the thickest one. Wei Taizhen did not mind walking slowly, but no matter how strange she was, strange things still came one after another. For example, Pei Qian chose a gloomy day to climb the Golden Light Peak, which was opposite the strange rocks. She did not come here to try her luck and see the golden-backed geese. Instead, she wanted to climb the mountain and sightsee, but she did not want to see those arrogant golden-backed geese. This was not too strange. What was strange was that after climbing the mountain, Pei Qian spent the night at the top of the mountain. After copying books, she practiced her martial arts. Previously, at the Skeleton Beach, she bought 2 extremely cheap books, Relax Collection from the Linen Sect and Spring Dew in Winter from the Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian often took them out to read. Every time she flipped to a section of Spring Dew Garden that described the Jade Cliff and the 2 young sword immortals, she would smile. It seemed that when she was in a bad mood, just reading that small section of content could help her resolve her worries. Pei Qian would also ask Li Huai some questions about knowledge, and Li Huai would have to brace himself to help answer. It was just that every time Pei Qian received an answer that Li Huai copied from a sage book, she was not very satisfied. Wei Taizhen was certain that they would return empty-handed and not see the golden-backed geese. After all, this kind of spiritual bird was only seen once in 100 years under the illumination of the sun. Unexpectedly, at night, Wei Taizhen chose a place to pretend to be an immortal practicing qi. Li Huai, who had volunteered to keep watch, lit a bonfire. Since he had nothing to do, he fiddled with the dead branches and casually said that some caged birds could not be kept. The sunlight was their feathers. A moment later, in the dark sea of clouds, it was as if the heavens had opened their eyes. First, a speck of gold appeared, growing brighter and brighter. Then, it dragged a long golden line, as if it was rushing towards the Golden Light Peak where Wei Taizhen was. Wei Taizhen was nominally the Golden Core Immortal of the Lion Peak, and her master's senior apprentice sister. In the past few years, Wei Taizhen had followed Li Liu as her personal maid to travel around this place. Wei Taizhen was a mountain spirit born and bred in the Mirror Treasure Mountain. In fact, it was not easy for her to take shape, and it was even more wishful thinking for her to break through to the next realm. However, after meeting her master, Wei Taizhen almost broke through 1 realm per year and only stopped when she reached the Golden Core realm. Her master told her to slow down, saying that it was no problem to help block the heavenly tribulation that would come when breaking through the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm and trying to reach the nascent soul realm. However, after Wei Taizhen gained 8 tails, her appearance and temperament became more natural, and it was inevitable that she was a little too foxy. As a maid who served tea, it was easy for her to distract her brother from his studies. She had followed her master Li Liu and seen too much of the world. She only knew that the fishing immortal at the Dragon Resting Stone was a jade-level Imperial Palace official, and there was also the Ascendant Realm Great Demon guarding the Lushire Pit. The things that she had painstakingly refined were just a summer retreat for her master in the past, but in the end, they became the same status as Wei Taizhen. The woman in palace attire and Wei Taizhen, a mere golden core cultivator, even had a hint of flattery in their smiles. There was also the city lord of the White Emperor city of the central divine continent. Therefore, Wei Taizhen was not afraid of a golden-backed goose whose realm was not high. Before her master appeared at the Skeleton Beach, he had already given Wei Taizhen an offensive and defensive treasure. In her master's words, as long as she used them properly, Wei Taizhen could casually exchange her life with any nascent soul cultivator other than a sword cultivator. It's just that her master's younger brother's mouth was too. The immortal masters on the other mountains had waited for years and decades for their hard work, but Li Huai's inexplicable and boring words could summon a golden-backed goose. Pei Qian suddenly woke up from his sleep and noticed the anomaly earlier than Wei Taizhen. He quickly carried the bamboo box and held the mountain walking stick in his hand. He glanced at the aggressive golden-backed goose and immediately asked Wei Xianzi to help take Li Huai away, saying that they were occupying the other party's territory and that it was unreasonable to fight, so they had to quickly move away to make room for the other party. Wei Taizhen did not dare to disobey Pei Qian and hurriedly rode the wind to take Li Huai away from the Golden Light Peak. As for Pei Qian, he was even more straightforward. He retreated more than 10 zhong and ran madly towards the cliff. He jumped high and directly jumped off the cliff. Wei Taizhen lowered her head and glanced at the rapidly falling figure. A sixth realm martial artist, neither a golden body physique nor a far travel realm. Was Pei Qian really okay? Pei Qian's jump was an extremely long distance of 50 to 60 zhong. At first glance, he looked quite like a martial artist of the far travel realm. While Pei Qian was smashing towards the ground, she suddenly felt a little annoyed that she was not experienced in doing things. She remembered her master's teaching that the first thing to do in Jianghu was to drop 2 realms before using the Q-seeking fist. Therefore, she was now a disgraceful martial courage realm bottleneck. She should use the posture of a 4th realm martial artist and carefully walk in Jianghu. Then, at some dangerous moment or emergency, at most she would accidentally reveal her 5th realm martial artist identity. In this way, she would have no choice but to use the Q-seeking fist, which was tantamount to taking the initiative for nothing. Therefore, Pei Qian made a decision to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. From being calm and composed, she deliberately let her breathing become a little erratic, to flailing her arms and legs. Because she was worried that she would break the box on her back, she had no choice but to face the ground and smash a big dusty pit at the foot of Mount Yuhua. She cried out Ayo and began to jump and run away. In fact, while Pei Qian was running, she still felt a little guilty about her clumsy trick. If her master was next to her, she would probably be eating chestnuts. Li Huai's eyes were tightly shut, and his back was drenched in sweat. The feeling of riding the clouds was really not that great. After half an hour, Wei Taizhen slowly landed with Li Huai. Pei Qian's legs became a little more nimble. She swept past the tall branches of an ancient tree near Mount Yuhua. Looking in the direction of Mount Yuhua, she heaved a sigh of relief. She lowered her head to Li Huai and the others and said, "It's okay. The other party has a good temper and didn't chase after us." At the top of Mount Yuhua, after the golden-backed goose floated to the ground, a golden light flashed and turned into a young woman with a graceful figure. She seemed to be wearing a golden feather dress. Her eyes were a little sad. "What's going on?" I was in a hurry. I deliberately restrained my aura of Jindan stage cultivation and didn't have the slightest killing intent. I was just like an attentive host who was in a hurry to go home and entertain important guests. Who would have thought that the group would just run away? In this North Continent, there had never been a rumor of a golden-backed goose taking the initiative to hurt people. After Li Huai's feet landed on the ground, he staggered and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was greatly frightened and said with lingering fear, "I don't want to be an immortal anymore. I don't want to be one even if I die. Flying around every day is too unsettling." Pei Qian glared at Li Huai and reminded him that there was still Wei Xianzi beside him. Li Huai hurriedly apologized. Wei Taizhen could only say that it was okay. She was even more guilty than Li Huai. Although Pei Qian abided by the rules of the sect and didn't take a few more glances at all the people close to him, he always felt that this graceful Wei Xianzi was too strange. The realm of Jindan stage Earth Immortal might be true, but her real identity was unknown. However, since it was Li Huai's family matter, and Wei Taizhen was brought to Li Huai by Li Liu, Pei Qian didn't care too much about it. After all, Li Huai was a rash person. Fortune favors fools. After passing the Golden Light Peak, they went to Mount Yuhua. Pei Qian didn't dare to go up the mountain. On a full moon night, dozens of miles away from the Thunder Mountain, as expected, a large group of drum frogs were entrenched on the mountain. They faced the bright moon in the sky and thundered loudly. Pei Qian opened his eyes and looked carefully. Mount Yuhua itself seemed to be a feng shui treasured place that could gather the moon. There were also strands of moonlight of varying thickness that fell on the mountain and were swallowed into the drum frogs' stomachs. On this night, there were many moons on the mountain, but Pei Qian still felt that it was not as good as his own home. Li Huai asked softly, "Are there really 3 moons in the wilderness?" Pei Qian nodded and said, "Yes, there are 3 big mooncakes hanging high up. They are similar to Sister Xiuxiu's pastries. Just looking at them makes me hungry." Pei Qian took out a book and circled the column Mount Yuhua drum frogs. At the front was the golden back goose of the Golden Light Peak. Below it was the fire deity temple of the Silver Screen Country. After that, there was the whisk fly wine of the Huaihuang Country, the Jinjuo Temple of the Yuhu County, the Mute Lake of the Yellow Wind Valley of the Baoxiang Country, the Ghost Axe Palace of the Military School, and so on. Li Huai went over to take a few glances. Pei Qian didn't stop him from peeking. Li Huai asked, "Looks like we are not far from Xiaomi's hometown?" Pei Qian closed the book and put it back in the box. He nodded and said, "Yes, we are not far." Li Huai asked, "Is the whisk fly wine brewed by immortals? Do you want to buy a pot to bring back or give it as a gift?" Pei Qian smiled and said, "It's not some immortal's wine. Back then, my master met an expert and had a drink at a marketplace restaurant. It's not expensive, I can buy a few pots." His master once said that the expert's long-term plan made him understand a little more about the human world's merit. At the entrance of an immortal's cave on the Mount Yuhua, a fat young man in snow-white clothes asked with a smile, "Sister Jin Feng, are these the guys who don't know what's good for them? One of them seems to be at the same level as us. Her breath is very well restrained. She looks like a fox, but her breath is very positive. She doesn't look like an ordinary fox that worships the moon at the foot of the mountain. Could she be a fox immortal that has achieved enlightenment?" The woman from the Golden Light Peak said impatiently, "Daoist friend Yu Lu, if you are interested in that fox immortal, why don't you go out of the mountain and test it out?" The fat young man who was called Yu Lu by the woman shook his head and said, "The refiners on the mountain have many tricks up their sleeves. They might be trying to lure me out of the mountain to cut off my connection with the mountain. They might be waiting for an opportunity to move Mount Yuhua away and let it be their backyard. I'm not like Sister Jin Feng, who doesn't have many worries. The children and grandchildren on the mountain need me to take care of them. Otherwise, it would be too tragic to become a fox country in the Aquarius continent." The woman was hesitant. The fat young man whose real body was the old ancestor of the drum frog smiled and said, "Sister Jin Feng, are you interested in Hongwon?" The woman frowned and said, "Previously, there was a ripple in my Dao heart. I always felt that the opportunity had arrived. Somehow, I seem to have grasped a chance to break through, but I'm not sure. I'm worried that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. I'm similar to you, I'm really afraid of the temperament of the people on the mountain." The fat young man said seriously, "Jin Feng, then I'll protect you for a while. The Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuhua are each other's Dao companion mountains. You and I are both here to achieve enlightenment. The foundation of the Dao is one. If you can break through, remember to protect me once. There's no need to swear an oath. I don't believe in that. The two of us don't need it. The temperament of both sides is the most obvious." The young woman clenched her teeth and said, "All right, let's take a gamble." The young man was suddenly stunned. Then, he felt guilty and went back on his words, "Sister Jin Feng, forget it. I won't dare to leave the mountain even if I'm beaten to death." Jin Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Lu pointed at her eyes and tapped her ears with her fingers. She smiled bitterly and said, "The place where the three of them are at is still my Mount Yuhua's territory. I let the two frogs that aren't part of the land lie in the crevices of the rocks and eavesdrop on their movements. I didn't expect the young lady to glance at them 3 times. The first time can be considered an accident, the second time can be considered a warning, the third time can be considered a threat, right? That Jindan woman didn't even notice, but was discovered by a pure martial artist. Isn't that too strange? Can I afford to offend her?" Jin Feng knew that Yu Lu was cautious and did not make things difficult for her. She nodded and said, "I'll give up on the shortcut and cultivate in peace." However, Yu Lu changed her words again, "Maybe I can give it a try." Jin Feng said helplessly, "Yu Lu, what's wrong with you?" The young man rubbed his cheeks with both hands, "Sister Jin Feng, trust me this time." Pei Qian cupped his fists in a certain direction and continued on his way. Li Huai asked curiously, "This is?" Pei Qian said softly, "Enter the temple and burn 3 incense sticks. Enter the mountain and worship the mountain. This is the rule." Li Huai also wanted to learn from Pei Qian and worship. In the end, He was hit by Pei Qian's staff and scolded, "If your heart isn't sincere, then don't do anything. Don't you know that it's easier to invite a god than to send him away?" Li Huai said, "Oh," and felt that it was indeed reasonable. Then, the group went around the Kangyun Lake in the Silver Screen country. In recent years, it had begun to cultivate and recuperate. Kangyun Lake's Lake Lord, Marquis Yin, was the head of a country's water god. He had jurisdiction over a lake, 3 rivers, and 2 canals. According to the local people who burned incense, the various ancestral temples had changed many river gods and water immortals for some reason. Li Huai asked Pei Qian why he didn't go to the various water god temples to burn incense. Pei Qian didn't give a reason, only saying that he would go to the city where Lord Xingwang had changed. They entered the county city before the night ban. Pei Qian asked for directions and went straight to the fire god temple that had been rebuilt and repaired for not too many years. In the night, just as the temple attendant was about to close the door, a man walked out of the golden statue and came to the door, letting the old temple attendant busy himself. At the entrance of the temple, the man looked at the man and woman carrying the mountain staff and a bamboo chest. He went straight to the point and asked with a smile, "I'm the little god of incense here. Do you know Chen Pinggan?" Li Huai was stunned and admired him in his heart. He was really an immortal who could foresee the future. Pei Qian cupped his fists and said with a smile, "I'm Master's eldest disciple. My surname is Pei and my name is Qian. Greetings to the Master of the Fire God Temple." The man nodded and smiled. "Can you drink?" Pei Qian blushed and shook his head. "Master doesn't allow me to drink." The man smiled. "No matter, I'll let the temple attendant prepare a table of food. You can stay here tonight. Thanks to your master, the small temple isn't small anymore. The big pilgrims are really big. They've built many rooms for guests. You can stay here." Pei Qian cupped his fists again and said, "Then I'll have to trouble the old master of the fire god temple." Li Huai copied Pei Qian and cupped his fists. Wei Taizhen gave him a salute. Since he was Pei Qian's master's friend, Wei Taizhen didn't dare to treat him lightly. On the way, Pei Qian and Li Huai kept arguing. Pei Qian said that he was already Realm 6, so his master must be Realm 11 now. He couldn't run away. Li Huai said that friendship was friendship, but his master must only be Realm 10 now. "If you lose, I'll let my sister change her surname to Pei Qian." Wei Taizhen was shaken to the core when he heard this. At least Realm 11, definitely Realm 10, to let the master change his surname. The man, the young scholar, and the woman in the hedgerow returned their greetings. Although the woman in the hedgerow had an extremely high realm and had the aura of an earth immortal, he didn't care at all. Anyway, they were all Chen Ping'an's friends. If they came from the upper 5 realms, they were friends. If they came from the lower 5 realms, they were still friends. The man then looked at Pei Qian and joked, "You're more reserved than that brother Lingjun. Chen Lingjun, you dare to be so casual when you're outside. You even dare to call your master's friend brother." Pei Qian silently made a note of Chen Lingjun in his heart. However, Pei Qian still asked softly, "Is Chen Lingjun all right?" The man nodded. "He's very good. He said he's going to Spring Dew Garden after leaving here." That night, Lord Hu of Blue Cloud Lake specially came to drink with him. "Your master still has a lot of face. However, brother Lingjun still knows his limits." "Don't worry." Pei Qian grunted. "Chen Lingjun is more magnanimous. He might not care too much about the red tape. Fire Deity Temple's old master, please bear with him." At the dining table, Pei Qian asked about the mountains and rivers of the nearby immortals. The man spoke frankly. He said that after her master left, the territories of the dozen or so countries had changed drastically. Spiritual chi had surged in, and in the Ghost Hatchet Palace, the Treasure Cave, and many other immortal mountains, several young cultivation geniuses had broken through to the next level. Yang Qing, for example, had gone into seclusion again. However, for some reason, the Castellan of Huangyu City, Yi Yu, along with He Lu, had completely disappeared without a trace. He Lu and Yang Qing were originally the famous golden couple on the mountain. There were also many mountain spirits and ghosts that began to wander from afar. However, they didn't cause any major trouble. Lord Hu Yin, who had his own means. With the protection of many monks from the Treasure Minister Kingdom, the world was still considered peaceful. As for this escort city that had once attracted a heavenly tribulation, no ghosts or evil spirits dared to cause trouble here. At this point, the man drank a big bowl of wine. Then, he asked Pei Qian why his master didn't come. Pei Qian said that his master had gone on a long journey again. However, he would definitely come here personally to drink in the future. His master was a sentimental person. The man smiled and nodded. He saw that the young girl had already lowered her head and was eating. The man didn't ask further. He stayed a night at the fire deity temple. Pei Qian actually didn't sleep for the entire night. He just stood in the corridor in a daze. Later, when he really didn't feel sleepy, he went to sit on the wall and stared blankly. He wanted to stand on the roof ridge and take a look at the entire escort city. However, it was against the rules and he didn't have the courtesy of a guest. At dawn, he bid farewell to the old master of the ancestral temple and continued on his way to Huaihuang Country's Yuhu County. His master said that he had met two young and kind-hearted heroines of the pugilistic world at the Jinjuo temple that was plagued by demons. Pei Qian looked forward to seeing them. He didn't know how good the pugilistic world women were and how powerful their fist techniques were to be praised as heroines by his master. After strolling through the restored Jinjuo temple, Pei Qian found a restaurant at the border between Huaihuang Country and Baoxiang Country. He brought Li Huai to eat and drink and then bought 2 pots of fly-whisking wine. Wei Taizhen arrived at Huaihuang Country. Through Pei Qian and Li Huai's chat, he found out that his master's hometown was named Huaihuang County. After approaching Yellow Wind Valley's Mute Lake, Pei Qian's mood obviously improved. His hometown was Huaihuang County and there was a Huaihuang Country here. Xiaomi and his master were really fated. On the yellow sand road, camel bells rang as Pei Qian and his group walked slowly. Now, there were no more great demons causing trouble in Yellow Wind Valley. The only imperfection was that the Mute Lake's water level didn't increase or decrease. It changed according to the weather and there was one less thing to talk about on the mountain. Pei Qian's group and the merchant's camel caravan rested by the Mute Lake. Pei Qian squatted by the water. This was Xiaomi's hometown. Xiaomi and Chen Lingjun were like heaven and earth. In the past, Chen Lingjun always liked to catch people and spit everywhere, talking about their great achievements in Yujiang. Of course, as time went on, Chen Lingjun probably got tired of talking about it, so he didn't like to talk about the matters of Yujiang anymore. Xiaomi, on the other hand, only told Pei Qian and Nuanshu about her past at Mute Lake in private. She said that she was very famous in her hometown back then. A group of immortals with cultivation levels higher than the heavens from Taoji Country's Qingqing residents came. There were so many of them that they couldn't even be counted. They created a huge commotion just to catch her. Among them, there was a martial artist named Maro Cholu. He was a pretty good young lady. Although he was a little fierce, he had a good heart. He wanted to invite her to Qiango Country to be a river lady. In the end, that imperial tutor of Qiango Country only gave Qingqing residents 1 grain of rice rain money. It seemed like that imperial tutor was really poor. Then, there was a guy from Jinwu Palace with the surname I've forgotten everything who wanted to buy her. Even if the price was doubled, it would only be 2 grains of rice rain money. He was so stingy. Where was the generosity of an immortal on the mountain? She didn't have the immortal aura of an immortal. After that, she met the Good Mountain Chieftain. The Good Mountain Chieftain spent a lot of money to buy her from Qingqing residents. Hence, she followed him and left Mute Lake to travel the Jianghu together. It was amazing. The moment they left the Jianghu, the two of them killed that invincible ancestor Yellow Wind together. It was a pity that not many people knew about this magnificent feat, but what did it matter? She wasn't a big water monster who cared about undeserved fame. If the Good Mountain Chieftain didn't know, then so be it. In any case, the Good Mountain Chieftain had promised her that one day, many people would read about her story from books. At that time, Xiaomi had just been promoted to Dragon Rider Alley's right guardian. After she followed Pei Qian back to Luopa Mountain, she still liked to nag about these things. At that time, Pei Qian felt that Xiaomi only knew how to nag over and over again, so he didn't stop her from talking about these things in high spirits. At most, when she repeated it for the second time, Pei Qian raised 2 fingers. After the third time, Pei Qian raised 3 fingers and repeated it 3 times. The little girl scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. After that, Xiaomi didn't stop talking. That was the first time elder sister Nuanshu got angry. She secretly found Pei Qian and said, "You can't be like this. If Xiaomi is willing to talk, then just listen. It's not like you'll get in our way. Xiaomi is so far away from home, so what if we repeat it a few more times? If you really don't like to hear it, then just say that you're going to copy books and practice your fist techniques. Even if you directly say that you're sick of hearing it, it's better than saying that to Xiaomi. It's so hurtful." At first, Pei Qian didn't think much of it and didn't take it to heart. He only responded to the angry elder sister Nuanshu, saying that he got it, and that he promised that he wouldn't be impatient in the future. Even if he did, he would hide it well. The silly Xiaomi definitely wouldn't be able to tell. However, early the next morning, when Pei Qian yawned and was about to head to the bamboo house to practice his fist techniques, he saw the black-clothed little girl who had been holding the mountain walking staff for a long time. She carried the heavy burden of Dragon Rider Ali's right guardian on her shoulders and was still standing at the door like a guardian for him, regardless of rain or shine. When she saw Pei Qian, the little girl immediately puffed out her chest. She first grinned, then pursed her lips into a smile. It was only at that moment that Pei Qian realized that he had really made a mistake. He patted Xiaomi's head and said that if she wanted to talk about the mute lake in the future, she could talk about it as she pleased. Moreover, she had to think carefully about whether she had missed anything about Xiaomi. At that time, the little girl eagerly followed beside Pei Qian, shaking her head vigorously. She wouldn't talk about it, she wouldn't talk about it. Previously, she had only said it twice because she was afraid that Pei Qian and elder sister Nuanshu would forget. It was hard to think about things. In the end, Xiaomi even reminded Pei Qian that if he forgot about it in the future, he must remember to tell her. Then, she would say it again. Under the night sky, Pei Qian reached out to scoop water. The bright moon was in his hand. On Luopa Mountain, the 3 of them liked to hide under the blankets and whisper to each other. The blankets made the 3 of them look like small mountain tops. Li Huai sat beside a bonfire not far away. Wei Taizhen asked softly, "Young Master Li, why didn't you urge Miss Pei to hurry up?" In the end, she was Li Huai's maidservant. She still had to consider this young Master Li. Li Huai couldn't stand being called young Master Li, but Fairy Wei insisted. After several failed attempts to persuade him, he could only reluctantly accept it. He just treated the Lion Peak as an immortal mountain with pure feng shui like the small town in his hometown. Li Huai was somewhat happy for his sister. Cultivating in this kind of place, she probably wouldn't be bullied. His sister's temper was too good, and her appearance was too delicate. After staying in their hometown for so many years, she couldn't even learn how to quarrel. She was a bit stupid, but she took after their father. Unlike himself, whose temper was like his mother's, it wasn't easy for him to be bullied outside. After hearing this question, Li Huai smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. Zhengzheng has already seen elder sister, and Lion Peak doesn't have legs. Besides, Pei Qian promised me that she would stay at Lion Peak for a while." Wei Taizhen, who had previously passed by Limitless Pass Town without entering, nodded lightly. He couldn't not answer the previous question, but he also couldn't say too much, otherwise he would be suspected of stirring up trouble. After leaving Mute Lake, Pei Qian took Li Huai and the others to the Ghost Hatchet Palace. He heard from his master that there was a guy called Du Yu there, and that he had the good habit of letting his opponent have a move first. Unfortunately, Du Yu wasn't at the Ghost Hatchet Palace, which was both his sect and home. According to the sect's cultivators, young Master Du was always traveling outside. The Ghost Hatchet Palace cultivator wasn't sure of the three's realms and family background. He only thought that since he was familiar with young Master Du, he should at least report to the Dao companions of Du Yu's parents. He didn't expect that the girl had already left, saying that she would visit again in the future. After that, at the Golden Crow Palace, which had a large patch of thunderclouds, Pei Qian met Liu Jiqing, who had just become a nascent soul sword cultivator. Sword Immortal Liu was the young martial uncle of the Golden Crow Palace master. His seniority was high, and his cultivation was even higher. Even in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds, Liu Jiqing was indeed worthy of being called a sword immortal for such a young nascent soul sword cultivator. It was said that Sword Immortal Liu had been meditating at the top of the mountain for many years. Liu Jiqing shook off the moonlight from his body and broke through to the next realm on a snowy night. Liu Jiqing was known for his cold personality, but towards Pei Qian, Chen Ping'an's first disciple, he was more cheerful. Pei Qian and the others didn't feel anything, but the Golden Crow Palace cultivators all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Liu Jiqing dismissed some of the maids and personally brewed tea for the guests. After Pei Qian and the others were seated, Liu Jiqing took out a tea set and drew several talismans with his fingers. He used an immortal spell to draw the clear spring water from the mountain, and then used the true Samadhi fire talisman to slowly boil the water. Liu Jiqing asked about Pei Qian's travels. Pei Qian answered one by one. Naturally, the conversation went on. Liu Jiqing was like an elder who had gone out to become an official, and Pei Qian was like a junior who had gone out to study. Liu Jiqing didn't think that his actions were superfluous, and Pei Qian didn't think that Sword Immortal Liu was meddling in other people's business. Liu Jiqing had been using his heart to cleanse his sword, and had benefited a lot from the Great Tao. Not only did he successfully enter the nascent soul realm, he also felt that the bottleneck in the future would not be too big. This was all thanks to Chen Ping'an's suggestion at the Jade Cliff years ago. Therefore, Liu Jiqing, who had never had any direct disciples, treated Pei Qian, the first disciple of his good friend, as if she was half a direct disciple. If Pei Qian dared to be impatient, Liu Jiqing, who hated trouble the most, might even reprimand her. Fortunately, Liu Jiqing was very satisfied with Pei Qian's performance, except for one thing. Pei Qian was a martial artist, not a sword cultivator. Although Wei Taizhen had seen many powerful people at the top of the mountain, he was still afraid and respectful when facing a nascent soul sword cultivator. On one hand, Sword Immortal Liu was too young, and on the other hand, Mr. Liu, who had a good relationship with Pei Qian's master, was too good-looking. Liu Jiqing used his flying sword to send a message to the ancestral hall of the Golden Crow Palace, and quickly brought back some rare books from the Golden Crow Palace. They were all written by the saints of the Academy in the history of the North Continent. Liu Jiqing gave them to Li Huai, the young scholar from the Cliff Academy in the Aquarius continent. Li Huai glanced at Pei Qian, and Pei Qian nodded. Li Huai smiled and accepted them. During the tea break, Liu Jiqing personally checked the contents of Pei Qian's transcription, and said that his handwriting was better than his master's. Pei Qian scratched his head anxiously. Wei Taizhen was more and more curious about the young hill master of the Luopa mountain. Who was he? Liu Jiqing treated him like an outsider. Wei Taizhen still didn't know that she had actually met that person a long time ago, and it was at her hometown's Ghost Valley's Treasure Mirror Mountain. The other party had even mistakenly injured her. He was the scholar that her father had called the most crooked intestines, the most short-sighted, and the most petty. This was because Chen Ping'an did not talk too much with Pei Qian about the trip to the Ghost Valley. He avoided talking about Gao Cheng, He Xiaoyong, and the brothers Yang Ningzhen and Yang Ningxing. Finally, Liu Jiqing left the Golden Crow Palace for the first time after the breakthrough. He personally escorted Pei Qian to the Spring Dew Garden. The Golden Crow Palace had an ancestral ferry that had been refined from thunderclouds and carved with 81 thunder talismans. Therefore, this was the first time Pei Qian took an immortal ferry instead of walking after arriving in the North Continent. Pei Qian did not want Senior Liu to accompany them at the foot of the mountain. The palace master of the Golden Crow Palace personally sent his youngest uncle off. His only son, Jin Le, was also part of the team. Liu Jiqing said that he would travel for many years and visit the Fuping Sword Lake, the Taihui Sword Sect, and other sword cultivation sects, either to seek Dao or to learn about swords. However, the mother of Jin Le's daughter did not show up. The main reason was that the woman was well aware that she did not get along well with Liu Jiqing. She would only be asking for a snub if she came. When Liu Jiqing was at the bottleneck of the Jindan realm, she could still rely on her father's power to do whatever she wanted in the Jinwu Palace. However, she had become much more restrained in recent years. She was afraid that Liu Jiqing's temper would not cause her trouble. Instead, he would go directly to the Great Xuan dynasty to reason with her father. Therefore, she was the happiest when Liu Jiqing left the Golden Crow Palace. Pei Qian was calm and composed. Li Huai could not help but look at the sword cultivator Jin Le. He heard from Pei Qian that Chen Pinggan had some grudges with Jin Le because of Xiaomi. However, they were more or less even. Before Liu Jiqing left, he issued a few new mountain rules to his martial nephew and palace master. He said that if anyone dared to violate them, he would immediately rush back to the Golden Crow Palace and punish them in the Hall of Patriarchs. Jin Le listened with trepidation. His youngest uncle almost never interfered in the sect's affairs. In the end, Liu Jiqing said to his nephew telepathically, "In the future, with the help of my sword, Jinwu Palace may have a chance to be promoted to the top of the sect. You know very well that I'm not interested in these things, but you're different as the palace master. Therefore, you'd better remember that being promoted to the top of the sect is not always a good thing. It's both good and bad. The good thing is that you'll revitalize your sect and become the greatest Renaissance hero in the history of Jinwu Palace's ancestral master hall. The bad thing is that I'll settle accounts with you in the future." Liu Jiqing patted the martial nephew's shoulder. "I am telling you this because I know you will listen. Do it well and don't distract me from these mundane matters. Now that the entire Great Seal dynasty wants to be on good terms with our Golden Crow Palace, Mountain Lord Beiyu is nothing. What's more, his daughter." The palace lord nodded. "I will follow your instructions." The Golden Crow Palace's ferry was as fast as lightning. Along the way, it encountered a large cloud of lightning and thunder. As the ferry passed through, Liu Jiqing drew a lightning summoning talisman with a hand seal and summoned many thunderbolts with shocking momentum. Then, he fused them into the ferry, causing the talisman to shine even more brightly. The most amazing thing about the Golden Crow Palace's ferry was that it could be used as an offensive magic treasure. However, this scene scared the fox demon Wei Taizhen so much that her face turned pale. Demons and ghosts in the world were innately afraid of thunder and lightning. Otherwise, with Wei Taizhen's Jindan cultivation, she would not have changed her appearance because of the thunder and lightning. Only then did Liu Jiqing remember the origin of Lion Peak's fairy Wei. After apologizing to her, he immediately steered the ferry away from the clouds. After leaving the clouds and clearing the sky, Liu Jiqing casually said to Pei Qian, "Although Sect Master Qi of the Taihui Sword Sect is a sword immortal, he is actually proficient in the talisman. I have admired him for a long time." Pei Qian whispered, "Uncle Liu, my master and Mr. Liu are good friends." "Oh, right, Mr. Liu is Sect Master Qi." There was a world of difference between having and not having the word also. Li Huai admired Pei Qian's attentiveness. Wei Taizhen, on the other hand, was surprised that the young mountain master had a wide range of friends. She now knew Pei Qian's temper very well. The young girl would not boast to her own people. Therefore, the words good friends were absolutely true. First, there was Liu Jiqing, then Qi Jinglong. They were all young people in the North Continent who had attained the Tao and seemed to have already condensed providence in their bodies. Liu Jiqing smiled and nodded. "That's for the best." Pei Qian then said seriously, "Uncle Liu, Mr. Qi likes to drink, but he can't bring himself to drink with people he is not familiar with. Uncle Liu, even if you have never met Mr. Qi, of course you are not a stranger. Therefore, remember to bring good wine. Bring more." Liu Jiqing thought for a moment. Actually, he did not like to drink, but he could drink a little. His alcohol tolerance was passable. Since he was going to the Taihui Sword Sect as a guest, he still had to show some etiquette by comparing swordsmanship with the sect master and asking about talisman knowledge. It was just a few jars of immortal wine. Liu Jiqing nodded. "When we reach the Spring Dew Garden, I can buy more wine." Pei Qian said again, "Mr. Liu only has one direct disciple at the moment. His name is Whitehead. I'll have to trouble Uncle Liu to pass on a message for me. Tell him that the next time I go back to my hometown, I will pass by the Taihui Sword Sect. At that time, I will go to the Pianran Peak to find him." After Pei Qian finished speaking, she chuckled to herself. Liu Jiqing agreed. The ferry arrived at the bustling Fu water crossing in the Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian led Li Huai and the others straight to the buy-in shop on Laohuai Street. This was his shop. It was a family business that his master had saved up in a foreign place. After that, Pei Qian visited the golden core cultivator of the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall alone. Song Lanxiao's master was a kind-looking old woman. She was one of the few ancestral masters of the bamboo generation in the Spring Dew Garden. However, Song Lanxiao and the other ancestral masters of the Spring Dew Garden's land generation followed the rules of the genealogy. The ancestral masters of the bamboo generation did not pay attention to this. When the Spring Dew Garden was first established, each of them used their real names in the early days of the mountain. For example, the hill master was called Tan Ling. The old woman named Lin Ao was very happy to see Pei Qian, who came to her door to give her gifts. Therefore, she returned the gifts with great value. Now that she had formed an alliance with her disciple Song Lanxiao and Tang Shi, as well as a relationship with the Skeleton Beach's Zhuang sect, the old woman had more and more authority in the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall. She even collected immortal coins from the ancestral hall every day. Her wealth was rolling in. Therefore, the old woman, who was no longer on the path of cultivation, could not wait for the young girl to take away a mountain of gold and silver from her home. Especially when she heard that Pei Qian had reached the 6th realm of martial man, she was pleasantly surprised. Apart from returning the gifts, she had her confidant maidservant quickly go to the ancestral hall to buy a golden crow armor. She gave the military armor pellet to Pei Qian. Pei Qian did not dare to accept it. The old woman then used Pei Qian's master, saying that she was his master's senior. Whether it was the young sword immortal Chen Pinggan or his first disciple Pei Qian, every time they visited the Spring Dew Garden, they did not go to see the mountain lord Tan Ling. Instead, they took the initiative to visit her before going to the Night Shine cottage. This made the old woman very happy. The master and disciple were both respectful. Therefore, the old woman had a very good impression of the Aquarius continent's Luo Po mountain. The old woman often told her disciple Song Lanxiao that if she wanted to travel to other continents, she would definitely go to Luo Po mountain as a guest. Therefore, the old woman, who was known for her eccentric temper and harsh words in the Spring Dew Garden, was naturally very kind to Pei Qian. She held the young girl's hand and chatted with her, unwilling to let Pei Qian leave so early. When Pei Qian was finally able to go down the mountain, he was a little stunned. The old woman was really too kind and warm. The old woman walked him all the way to the foot of the mountain. She held the young girl's hand and gently patted the back of her hand. She reminded Pei Qian to come back often to visit this lonely old woman. She also said that she would prepare gifts for Pei Qian when he reached the Golden Body and Far Travel Realm. It would be best if he could break through quickly and not let the old woman wait for too long. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed and said that it would take at least 2 or 3 years to break through. The old woman couldn't stop smiling and said that it would be good. The young girl didn't know the weight of her words of treating people with sincerity. The old woman was both shocked and happy. Pei Qian went to the night illumination cottage, but immortal Master Tang Shi wasn't there. He had gone to the Great Guan dynasty to attend a banquet and a night tour. This was because the Night Illumination Cottage and the Great Guan dynasty's Wei clan had formed a marriage alliance. The Spring Dew Garden's god of wealth, Tang Shi's daughter, Tang Qingqing, had become a Dao couple with the Wei clan's young master. Even the emperor himself attended the wedding. With the tacit approval of the Spring Dew Garden's mountain lord, Tang Shi's business with the Great Guan dynasty became more and more frequent. Only then did Pei Qian return to Laohuai Street. Liu Jiqing stayed in Liu Jiqing's shop alone and flipped through the account books. The current Liu Zhenxian didn't mind the mundane affairs. The shop's substitute shopkeeper knew of the relationship between Liu Zhenxian and shopkeeper Chen, so he didn't feel that it was against the rules. After all, the 2 young sword immortals drinking tea at the Jade Cliff was a story that the cultivators of the nearby dozens of countries in the Spring Dew Garden had been talking about for the past 10 years. The temporary shopkeeper of the shop was a young cultivator from the Night Illumination Cottage. Her name was Wang Tingfang, and she now had a young assistant. She had done a small business with sword immortal Chen in the past, and she had been roped in by Wang Tingfang later on. After all, Wang Tingfang had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, and she couldn't possibly stay at the shop all year round. She would occasionally have to return to the night illumination cottage to cultivate. The two treasures of the shop, a jade bracelet with a palindromic poem engraved on it and a fire in the water phenomenon, and an ancient mirror created by the Gong family, had been sold by Wang Tingfang at a high premium. The shop wasn't big, but business was good. There weren't many customers, but it made a lot of money. After hearing that Sword Immortal Liu had returned to the Spring Dew Garden, business immediately improved. In less than an hour, the shop was packed with people. Most of them were women, and they were all extravagant with their money. If they weren't satisfied after taking a look at Sword Immortal Liu, then they would buy another item from the mountain and take a few more looks at the unreasonably handsome Sword Immortal Liu. They weren't expensive anyway, so the price was reasonable. There were so many shops on Laohui Street, so spending money anywhere was the same. Moreover, Bayan's shop had many items from the mountain, and they were all exquisitely made. They were very friendly to female cultivators on the mountain. Could it be that only men were allowed to admire beauties, but women weren't allowed to take a few more looks at Sword Immortal Liu? It wasn't like they were looking at him for nothing. Every time Liu Jiqing came to Bayan's shop, he regretted it afterwards. Today was no exception. Li Huai, who had been left behind by Pei Qian, went to look at the 10,000-year scholar tree. Wei Taizhen naturally escorted him. Liu Jiqing suddenly stood up in the shop and disappeared in a flash. When he arrived at the old scholar tree, Liu Jiqing appeared behind a young woman and a chubby youth. He asked directly, "Why didn't you cultivate at Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuhua? Instead, you wandered around Golden Crow Palace's territory, and then followed me all the way to the Spring Dew Garden. What's the matter?" These two monsters were a bit far from Li Huai and Wei Taizhen, as if they didn't dare to get too close. When Jin Feng and Yu Lu turned around and saw Liu Jiqing, they had to admit that with Liu Jiqing's immortal demeanor, they could guess his name just from his appearance. Moreover, the women in the old scholar tree were whispering that Sword Immortal Liu of Golden Crow Palace had returned to the Spring Dew Garden. Therefore, when they recognized Sword Immortal Liu, Jin Feng hurriedly curtsied. Yu Lu lowered her head and cupped her fists, not daring to wipe the sweat off her forehead. The sword cultivators of Golden Crow Palace were famous for their ruthless methods of exterminating demons and devils. This was especially so for Liu Jiqing. When he was in the Aurus core stage, he had already won himself a great reputation. Yu Lu quickly mustered up her courage and explained to Sword Immortal Liu telepathically. Jin Feng saw this foreign scholar who was traveling around the mountain, and she sensed a sliver of enlightenment. By the time she returned to the Golden Light Peak, he had already left, so she decided to follow him. I hope Sword Immortal Liu doesn't think of us as people with ulterior motives. Otherwise, when the scholar entered Golden Crow Palace, we should have retreated. No matter how good the opportunity of the Great Tao is, it's still not more precious than our lives. Liu Jiqing nodded and said, "I've heard of your cultivation practices. You've always been patient and tolerant. Although it's your way of life and self-preservation, I can still see your general temperament. If not for this, you wouldn't have seen me, but would have met my sword first." Jin Feng and Yu Lu hurriedly expressed their thanks. Liu Jiqing's words were equivalent to giving them a Sword Immortal's decree. It was actually an invisible protective talisman. As long as Sword Immortal Liu showed up today and didn't drive them away, then anyone who coveted Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuhua would have to carefully consider the strength of Sword Immortal Liu's sword before making a move. They heard that it wasn't that Liu Jiqing of Golden Crow Palace was difficult to talk to, but that he almost never exchanged pleasantries with cultivators outside the mountain and only used his sword. Therefore, it was rare for Sword Immortal Liu to say so much today. This made the two feel lucky, nervous, and a little ashamed of their inferiority. Liu Jiqing said, "You don't have to be too reserved. Don't belittle yourselves because of your background. As for the opportunity of the Great Tao, just follow your fate. I won't stop you, nor will I help you." After learning the truth, Liu Jiqing once again condensed into sword radiance and shrank the mountains and rivers. He didn't go to the noisy Bayan shop, but went to the jade cliff that he had already sold to Chen Pingan. Under the old pagoda tree, Li Huai stood for a long time. Wei Taizhen said softly, "There were two sneaky people earlier. Fortunately, they were questioned by Mr. Liu." Li Huai said, "Since Sword Immortal Liu has personally shown up, then we can relax. After all, there was money in Jianghu." It wasn't Li Huai's turn to eat carrots. Along the way, Wei Taizhen admired Li Huai more and more for his big heart. Because Li Huai really didn't care about a lot of things. But when Li Huai was free every day, he would diligently memorize the contents of the sage's books. But Wei Taizhen could also see that this young master Li really wasn't a scholar. He was just diligent in his studies. Of course, Li Huai didn't know that Fairy Wei would think so highly of him. He was just standing under this old pagoda tree that reminded him of his hometown. For some reason, he thought of many things from his childhood. When he was living in the westernmost part of the town, every time his father made a little bit of money, his mother would spend all her energy on oil and salt. Many of the dishes didn't taste as good as usual. Not to mention meat dishes, every time Li Huai picked up some stir-fried vegetables with his chopsticks, it was like picking up a poor guy from an oil tank or a salt bag. His sister was like a wronged little wife who wasn't married. Every time Li Huai asked her if it was salty, she would only say it was okay. Okay, my ass. Li Huai didn't want to be wronged. Every time he stood on the bench and rebelled, his mother didn't dare to speak harshly to him, so she would complain that her son didn't know how to enjoy life. Then after complaining for a while, she would start to feel distressed. How could she bear to say anything bad about her precious son? She would turn her head and complain that her husband was useless. She would throw her chopsticks on the table and step on the man's feet under the table. She would complain that Li Huai caused her son to be used to a hard life, that he couldn't even bear the slightest bit of oil. Then she would earnestly advise her daughter Li Liu, that in the future, she must find a good family with a solid background. She must find a man who can pass money on his hands. Most importantly, he can help her younger brother. She had to be more careful and secretly give more money to her maternal family. She didn't want to be punished by the heavens. Her mother was so long-winded. In any case, it was Li Huai and his mother who were talking. The frighteningly oily meal was finished just like that. In the end, it was his father and sister who cleaned up the dishes. Day after day, year after year, just like that, they lived a stable and ordinary life. As long as his mother didn't go out and quarrel with the neighbors and lost, she didn't have to endure the anger of her maternal relatives during the holidays. She didn't see any aunts wearing gold and silver. In fact, there wasn't any big issue at home. When he was a child, Li Huai was most afraid that his father would go to the school to look for him. He would feel very ashamed. This was because his father was famous for being a good-for-nothing. He was so good for nothing that Li Huai would wonder if his parents were going to live separately. When that time came, he would most likely suffer with his mother while his sister would suffer with his father. So at that time, even if Li Huai felt that his father was useless and caused him to be looked down upon by his peers, he still didn't want his father and mother to be separated. Even if they suffered together, at least there was still a family. Li Huai would rather his sister go to the school to ask him to go home because his sister was not bad-looking. But there were actually many people who secretly missed his sister. For example, Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing liked his sister very much. Li Huai didn't pay attention to school every day. At a young age, he could only blindly think about these things. But when Li Huai was young, he actually didn't understand why he liked Li Liu. Was she beautiful? No way. If you really married my sister and brought her home, would she be able to carry more buckets of water or chop more kilograms of firewood? She couldn't. Later, he followed Li Baoping and traveled to Cliff Academy. His parents and sister came to see him together. At that time, Li Huai didn't feel ashamed at all, even if there were more rich people in the academy at that time. So Li Huai admired Chen Pinggan from the bottom of his heart. Because from Chen Pinggan, Li Huai learned a lot. It wasn't what Chen Pinggan said, but what Chen Pinggan had always been doing. Li Huai had always seen it and remembered it in his heart. But at that time, it was harder for Li Huai to say a word of thanks. He knew that he had done something wrong, but it was the same for Li Huai to apologize. To the outside world, everyone was Li Huai's uncle. Only at home, He was number one in the world. As time passed in his school life, all his friends were no longer children. Li Baoping's knowledge grew. When she went to the Central Divine Continent, she would follow Marushan Mountain Master to the Li Ji Learning Palace. Yu Lu was already a martial artist at the Golden Body Realm. Now that he had picked up a cultivation heart, he believed that his future achievements wouldn't be too bad. Lin Mu Tu was even fought over by the rich families of the Great Sui Kingdom to be their son-in-law. But it seemed that he continued to like his sister and liked to secretly argue with Dong Shuijing. But it didn't stop Lin Mu Tu from becoming more and more like an immortal. It seemed that Li Huai was the only one who didn't do his job properly. It was worrying. Li Huai gathered his thoughts. He brought Wei Taizhen back to Bian's shop. Sword Fairy Liu wasn't in the shop, but there were still many girls. Pei Qian was currently discussing a matter with the substitute shopkeeper. She wanted to see if she could sell the goddess painting from the mural city. If it was feasible and she wouldn't lose money, she would take the lead with a shop in the mural city. Li Huai had nothing to do. He sat outside Bian's shop in a daze. The next day, after saying goodbye to Liu Jiqing, Pei Qian and the others continued to walk out of Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian first went to the Fuchu Kingdom's mountain where her master and Liu Jinglong worshipped their swords. She didn't expect that the ordinary mountain with thin spiritual energy would become the cultivation ground of several sword cultivators. Qi cultivators came here to sightsee every few days. It was mainly because Qi Jinglong reached the Jade Pure Realm earlier than Lin Su and Xu Xian. As a new sword immortal, he was challenged by Bai Shong and the other two sword immortals. He went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became the sect leader of the Tai Hui sword sect when he returned. Qi Jinglong had already entered the top 10 young people and obtained the Water of Wisdom. Lu Sui and Sun Qing, the palace lord of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor, were favored by the water scripture. Qi Jinglong was only 100 years old, but he was truly a legend. So it was reasonable that the place where he worshipped his sword with his unknown sword immortal friend became a fascinating place. Next, Pei Qian started to travel a different route from her master. They didn't go to the Green Oriole Kingdom at the mouth of the Jifeng Sea. Instead, they went to the capital of the Great Xuan dynasty. Pei Qian wanted to see the martial artist Ji Yu and sword immortal Ji Yu. Over there, Pei Qian was alone. She held the mountain walking staff and looked up at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Li Huai and Wei Taizhen stood far away. Li Huai suddenly felt a little confused. It seemed that Pei Qian had really grown up. He felt that she was a stranger. She was no longer the short and dark girl in his memory. He remembered that when they first fought, Pei Qian would stand on a chair and not allow Li Huai to do the same. She wanted to appear taller and suppress her opponent with her aura. Now, she probably didn't need to do that. It was as if Pei Qian had suddenly grown up, and Li Huai had suddenly found out about this. There was no one around. Pei Qian took down her book box and placed the mountain walking staff on it. She started with the 6-step stance and practiced the mountain quaking fist. Finally, she finished with the deity drumming style. From beginning to end, Pei Qian suppressed her fist intent. Therefore, she only knocked on the door gently. Since there was no one home, she left after saying goodbye. Throughout his travels, Pei Qian said that every step he took was a stool walk. Li Huai believed her. Then, Pei Qian went to the sealed Ape Chatter Mountain. At the edge of the boundary, Pei Qian held the mountain walking staff tightly and raised it high. She cupped her fists and said goodbye. Pei Qian did not talk much during the journey between the capital of the Great Xuan dynasty and the Ape Chatter Mountain. Therefore, Li Huai was a little bored. It was snowing heavily. Li Huai realized that they had been away from their hometown for 3 years. They also arrived at a place called Dongxian Street in the capital of the Qinghao country. They met Li Baoping's elder brother, Li Shisheng, and a young page boy named Kui Ci. Li Shisheng gave Li Huai a book of sages that was not thick. Then, he gave Wei Taizhen a cloud pattern talisman. There were 4 words on it, but they were not seal scripts. It was as if a scholar had created the characters himself. Therefore, Wei Taizhen did not recognize this talisman. The gentle scholar joked with Wei Taizhen that if he were to break through the realm in the future, this talisman might be useful. Because the 4 words of the talisman actually meant 5 thunders avoid. It was written by the headmaster of the Qingming World Baek Okakyung building, Daoist second brother and Lu Chen's eldest senior brother. So what if they were separated by a world? A decree was a decree. Break through the realm at will. Li Shishing did not give Pei Qian anything. Pei Qian was still happy. She chatted with Li Shishing about the various interesting things of meeting and reuniting with Sister Baoping. Li Shishing smiled and listened to the girl's story patiently. It was just that one morning and one night, he made an appointment with Pei Qian in advance to watch the sun rise and the moon hang high in the sky. The group left Artemisia country and headed to Lion Peak. There were no places that they had to go according to Pei Qian's booklet. Lying Ground Peak was too far away from Lion Peak. Pei Qian did not want to take too many detours. Li Huai did not urge Pei Qian to take a detour, but that was not the reason why Pei Qian took a detour. Wei Taizhen and Pei Qian had been together for many years. Therefore, there were some questions that he could ask the girl face to face. For example, why did Pei Qian deliberately take a detour around the Immortal Mountains that were not included in the booklet? As long as she was in the wilderness, she would take a detour whenever she saw someone. There were many strange things, mountain spirits and ghosts. Pei Qian also minded her own business and went her own way. Pei Qian said that she did not dare to cause trouble because she knew that she did not know her limits. She was far worse than her master and little senior brother. Therefore, she was worried that she could not distinguish between good and bad people. She did not know how to control her punches and would easily make mistakes. Since she was afraid, she would hide. Anyway, the mountains and rivers were still there. She did not slack off by copying books and practicing martial arts every day. It did not matter if she met anyone or not. Pei Qian also said that she did not like or dislike the Jianghu. Wei Taizhen asked her why she came to the North Continent and walked such a long way if she did not like it. Pei Qian hesitated for a long time before she smiled and said that there were several pure martial artists at home. She did not want to break through there. It was only because her master liked the North Continent that she came here to travel. This was a vague answer that was equivalent to not saying anything. Then, Pei Qian said something that made Wei Taizhen even more confused. She said that her master liked it here. Actually, she was starting to regret it now. Wei Taizhen felt that the more she asked and the more Pei Qian answered, the more confused she became. However, Pei Qian started practicing her martial arts again. Wei Taizhen could only stop herself from thinking too much. Li Huai was now used to keeping watch at night. Seeing that Fairy Wei was confused, he looked at Pei Qian and asked, "Can I tell you?" Pei Qian continued practicing her martial arts and nodded lightly. Li Huai then explained to Fairy Wei, Pei Qian is already in the 7th realm. She plans to go to the Snow Border continent after reaching the Lion Peak and fight for the title of the strongest. It seems that if she becomes the strongest, she can earn martial arts fate or something. Wei Taizhen seemed to have been struck by lightning. Li Huai smiled and said, I don't know how Pei Qian broke through. I didn't mean to hide it from you. She didn't tell me before either. It was only after she left the Artemisia kingdom that she told me. She also said that practicing martial arts every day is no longer interesting. She's just practicing her martial arts now, splitting her martial arts into 2 and fighting with each other. It's just a habit. Otherwise, she would be bored. Then there's the matter of martial arts fate. As a disciple, there's no reason for her to be more impressive than her master. Martial arts fate is actually boring if you eat too much. It might not be a good thing for her. Pei Qian retracted her martial arts and said helplessly, I said too much. I only told you to talk about the 7th realm. Then she said to Wei Taizhen, Sister Wei, don't mind. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that there are many things that are not worth talking about. Master was high above, and Grandpa Kui was in front. Practicing martial arts and breaking through was a matter of course. Wei Taizhen smiled bitterly and nodded. What else could she do? Fortunately, Wei Taizhen knew a little about martial arts, but not much. After all, on the path of cultivation, Wei Taizhen herself had broken through all the way to the Jindan realm. Therefore, She was not frightened by Pei Qian's breakthrough and martial arts fate. Wei Taizhen was just shocked by Pei Qian's indifferent attitude towards martial arts. It was too inconsistent with her age. Moreover, the climb of the martial path was more about being down-to-earth than that of a cultivator. It did not seem entirely right to say that Pei Qian was able to break through so quickly because his aptitude was too good. After all, Pei Qian had been practicing martial arts every day, and he had been practicing strangely. Practicing while walking, fighting with fist intent, and tasteless martial arts were all things that Wei Taizhen had never heard of and could not imagine. After that, they traveled under the mountain. No matter how much Pei Qian tried to avoid people and things, they were still in a small, remote country. They encountered a storm that affected the martial arts world below. A Wulin grandmaster who led the martial arts world had a dispute with an earth immortal. The former called several gods of mountains and rivers who were recognized by the imperial court as leaving the country. The latter roped in a group of neighboring immortals. It was obviously a personal grudge between the two of them, yet hundreds of people were involved in the confrontation. As the leader of Jianghu, that 70-years-old warrior of 7th realm called out to his friends and ordered the heroes around. That earth immortal of Gold Core realm even used all the incense and friendship he had to teach that ignorant old man at the foot of the mountain that there was a difference between the heaven and earth. When Pei Qian passed by, the battle had already ended and the outcome had been decided. It was the immortal masters on the mountain who had fled in panic. It turned out that the imperial court had arranged many immortal masters and military masters. They seemed to have disliked the Earth Immortal who liked to order emperors and generals around for many years. During the fierce battle, an old immortal of Dragon Gate who was supposed to be his best friend betrayed his Gold Core realm friend. While the battle was going on, he made a move and caught the Earth Immortal of Gold Core realm, who was used to riding roughshod over others, off guard. He even had his gold core shattered by a direct disciple and died. On a fragmented immortal mountain, the army was defeated like a landslide. Anyway, it was a bloody storm. On the mountain and under the mountain, the imperial court and the martial arts world, immortals and mortals, all kinds of schemes were involved. Perhaps this was the so-called although a sparrow is small, it has all its organs. All the right and wrong was a mass of paste in the midst of life and death. Even though Pei Qian wanted to leave the place immediately, he was still one step too late. The imperial court of the small country set up an ambush and kept closing in on them like fish in a net. A group of immortals on the mountain fled to the vicinity of Pei Qian and the other two, then brushed past them. One of them even threw a dazzling immortal jade pendant. When Pei Qian was about to step forward, Pei Qian kicked the pendant back. Then a large group of people swarmed over. It was unknown whether they were in a killing frenzy or had made up their minds to kill the innocent, but a middle-aged military general in sweet dew armor chopped at them with his saber. Pei Qian did not dodge. He held the saber and said, "We are just passers-by. We won't meddle in your feud." The military general increased the strength in his hand, but the saber did not move at all. Pei Qian gave a gentle push and the military general staggered back with his saber. Behind Pei Qian, a martial arts grandmaster who had been waiting for the opportunity quietly appeared at the only opening of the fishing net. He killed the fish that had escaped the net one by one, leaving only a few people alive. Pei Qian looked around and then said to Li Huai and Wei Taizhen through telepathy, "You just have to find a chance to leave later. Don't worry, trust me." Wei Taizhen was just about to say something to Pei Qian and say that she could help. Li Huai shook his head at her. If he really encountered a difficult situation, as long as Chen Pinggan was not by his side, Pei Qian would not ask anyone for help. There was no reasoning with him. In Pei Qian's bones, she did not want to owe anyone anything other than her master. So Li Huai came to Wei Taizhen's side and asked in a low voice, "Can Fairy Wei protect herself?" Wei Taizhen nodded. "I should be able to protect young Master Li," Li Huai said. "Then we just have to find a chance to escape and not distract Pei Qian." Wei Taizhen's face was troubled. She said telepathically, "Young Master Li, if we do this, won't Pei Qian hold a grudge against you?" Li Huai shook his head. "Fairy Wei is thinking too much." Li Huai scratched his head. "I'm really a piece of trash. What to do? It's really worrying." Pei Qian gently took down the bamboo chest and put down the mountain walking staff. She said to a white-haired, burly old man who was walking over, "Let me tell you in advance. If you dare to harm my friend's life, if you dare to destroy my 2 possessions, I won't talk reason. I'll kill you with my fists." The white-haired old man who was bathed in blood sneered. "Little girl, you're young but you talk big. As long as you hand over that jade pendant, I'll spare your life." Pei Qian rolled up her sleeves and said, "I'll stand still and take 3 of your punches. Then you'll let the 3 of us leave. How about it?" The general wearing the Jew armor glanced at the girl's unharmed palm. He reminded the old man softly, "Master, this girl isn't simple. She didn't get hurt when she held the sword. Her body is tough. It's unusual." The old man smiled. Surrounded by an army, it's impossible to escape. Then the old man looked at the girl and asked with a smile, "Young lady, are you a Yuaniing immortal?" Wei Taizhen said nothing. The old man asked Li Huai, "Are you a gentleman of the academy?" Li Huai said, "I hope so." The old man finally asked the girl who was thin and spoke frighteningly, "You can't be a martial artist of the wind-controlling realm, right?" Pei Qian said, "Almost." The old man laughed loudly. "Then I'll stand still and let you take 3 punches. As long as I don't die, all of you will die." Pei Qian said in a low voice, "Senior, please discuss this properly. Don't push me too far. Give me some options that aren't options." The old man stopped smiling and twisted his wrist. "All right, I'll give you 3 punches. If you can take it, after the 3 punches, as long as you can get up after falling to the ground, I'll let all 3 of you live." Pei Qian strode forward. "Punch." Li Huai suddenly said, "We're from Lion Peak." The old man smiled. "Very good. I'm an honored guest of the Heavenly Monarch's residence. Then, will it work?" Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and stepped out, opening a fist stance. The old man laughed. "I recognize it. It's that trash Gu use mountain quaking fist. A pure martial artist actually dared to use talisman arts to harm sword immortal G. That old trash didn't take in any disciples and only left behind a trash fist manual that anyone can learn. It's misleading and harmful." The burly old man instantly appeared in front of the young girl and punched her in the head. Pei Qian's figure swayed, but he did not retreat. According to his experience in the pugilistic world, Pei Qian should have been sent flying, staggered, and received a second punch. However, Pei Qian was unwilling to retreat in front of this person. The burly old man at the Golden Body Realm roared angrily and punched twice in a spurt of energy. One punch landed on the young girl's face and the other on her neck. The 3 punches ended. The old man retreated at lightning speed and stood side by side with the general. His face was gloomy. Pei Qian stood still and slowly raised his hand to wipe the blood from his nose with his thumb. When the old man saw a calm comrade walking over from behind the 3 of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was also a Realm 7 Grandmaster like him, but he was younger and had better fist techniques. However, the old man was a good friend of the Emperor and had made an exception to help. Furthermore, in the North Continent, how many pure martial artists would not be willing to kill a cultivator with a punch? Pei Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to look at the middle-aged man who was breathing slowly. The man smiled and asked, "Little girl, you're also at the Golden Body Realm, aren't you?" Pei Qian remained silent. The man said, "Little girl, you are unable to ride the wind and travel far away. Even if our 2 friends can ride the wind and travel far away, they can still use the inescapable net that they use to deal with a gold core Earth Immortal. You can beg Senior Fu Lin for mercy. Just beg for your life and leave everything behind. I can only help you to this extent. However, I can't guarantee that martial artists won't be crippled of their martial arts and cultivators won't have their longevity bridge broken. After all, I'm an outsider." Li Huai said helplessly, "Don't believe such words." Pei Qian nodded. "You're not stupid." Li Huai grinned. Wei Taizhen was speechless. One was more fearless than the other. She had already prepared for the worst. She took out the 2 offensive and defensive treasures her master had given her and would protect the 2 of them with her life. The man suddenly said, "If you can take 2 punches from me, I'll let your friends leave first." Li Huai said, "Don't believe it either." Pei Qian said, "One is hungry and the other has the upper hand but still wants to play tricks with the younger generation. Are you really martial artists?" Pei Qian answered his own question, "I don't think you're worthy." Pei Qian no longer cared about the middle-aged man behind him. He stared at the white-haired old man called Fu Lin. "I'll use the mountain-shaking manual to ask you one punch." The old man's face was uncertain. He had thrown out 3 punches earlier. Now his entire arm was hurting. Suddenly, Pei Qian's majestic fist intent rose high into the sky like the sun and moon. Wei Taizhen had no choice but to protect Li Huai. Pei Qian walked forward slowly. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I learned the fist technique from my master." Master learned the fist technique from the mountain-shaking manual. The mountain-shaking fist came from Senior GU. "Today, I'll use the mountain-shaking fist to challenge you to a punch of the same level. You dare not take it." With Pei Qian as the center, the earth trembled like thunder within 100 zhong radius. Dust flew everywhere. The martial soldiers couldn't hold their sabers steadily. Their armor shook. The middle-aged man unconsciously took several steps back. The white-haired old man facing Pei Qian was ashen. He wanted to say something but hesitated. How could he survive in Jianghu if he bowed his head and apologized to a foreign girl in front of so many people? But the old man had no confidence that he could safely take the other's punch. "If you don't understand, then don't think too much about it." Pei Qian stepped on the ground and instantly disappeared. Everyone's bodies were unstable. Wei Taizhen subconsciously wanted to support Li Huai's shoulder, but found that this young Master Li didn't need her support. He was very steady, his feet like a mountain. Li Huai was too worried about Pei Qian to notice this. Wei Taizhen focused and was shocked to find that around Li Huai's sleeves, there were countless fine golden threads, imperceptibly counteracting Pei Qian's abundant fist intent. A heavy drum seemed to sound where Fu Lin was standing. The white-haired old man was lying on the ground. The young girl's punch had probably hit his forehead. The punch had been too fast, and she had changed the angle of the punch in an instant. That was why she was able to make the Realm 7 Grandmaster Fu Lin lie where he was after the punch. His entire head, which had taken the heaviest hit, sank slightly into the ground. Pei Qian twisted her body and started to face the middle-aged martial artist who was about to retreat. She lowered her body slightly. Using the pinnacle fist stance, she supported the monkey fist intent that Zhu Lian had taught her and formed a large dragon on her spine. Pei Qian suddenly looked at Li Huai as though she wanted to ask something. Li Huai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Just punch him. This person has bad intentions. It's okay to beat him half to death. In the future, if master scolds you because of this, I will cry, make a fuss, and hang myself with your master." Pei Qian's eyes were still, but she grinned. She had probably heard Li Huai's words. Wei Taizhen felt this scene was horrifying and terrifying. Pei Qian punched with the divine drum-beating stance. It was just one punch. She did not need to follow up with 10 or 20 punches. The middle-aged man flew back dozens of feet without any power to fight back and fell heavily on the ground. Pei Qian stood where she was and looked around. Come on. Other than where Li Huai and Wei Taizhen were, the ground within 1,000 feet cracked. Fist intents shot up into the sky. Pei Qian glanced at the restless chi cultivators in the sky from the corner of her eye. Pei Qian rose from the ground. Like a sword light leaving the mortal world. A huge circle collapsed and sank like a pavilion in the sky. Li Huai hurriedly picked up Pei Qian's bookcase and mountain walking staff with lightning speed. If they were broken, who would Pei Qian look for to settle the score? If not him, who would she look for? Pei Qian floated in the air. She stretched out 2 fingers and tapped her forehead, indicating that the group of cultivators should just focus on using immortal spells. Wei Taizhen could not help but ask in a trembling voice, "Young Master Li, didn't you say that Miss Pei is only at the Golden Body Realm?" Wei Taizhen did not know anything about martial arts, but Pei Qian was only in her 20s and was already at the Far Travel Realm. How could she not find a reason to tell him? After all, Pei Qian was not the martial artist Cao Ci of the Central Divine Continent. She was just a delicate girl who carried a bamboo box and swayed around Wei Taizhen every day. Li Huai put down the bamboo box gently and looked up at Pei Qian. He thought for a while and scratched his head. I am not Chen Pinggan. Pei Qian will listen to whatever he says and say whatever Pei Qian does. After that, Li Huai held back his laughter and said, as expected of our new alliance leader. Fairy Wei, if you are willing, I can recommend you. Wei Taizhen glanced at Li Huai. Young Master Li was still as big-hearted as before. Pei Qian flew away with the wind, her figure was erratic, she stood behind or at the side of the immortals on the mountain, not saying a word or punching. Finally, Pei Qian stepped on the air, causing a huge ripple in the sky. The girl's figure was nowhere to be seen, as though she was going to the highest point in the sky. When Pei Qian landed on the ground, the birds and beasts had already left. Pei Qian did not say a word, she carried the bamboo box and held the mountain walking stick, and said, let's hurry. Another year later, they finally reached Lion Peak. Wei Taizhen heaved a sigh of relief, she did not have to worry anymore. Just that her master was not at the peak. Pei Qian stayed on the mountain for half a year, occasionally going down the mountain. Half a year later, Pei Qian left alone, parting ways with Li Huai. Li Huai would return to the Aquarius continent, but she had to go to the northernmost snow-white continent by herself. The reason was that her master's impression of the continent was very ordinary, so she wanted to go there to ascend to the peak of the mountain. But this time, she could not be fast, the first two realms were too casual, and the hidden dangers were not small, so she had to take it slow. It was possible for her to stagnate for 8 to 10 years, if not, it would be difficult for her to gain a foothold in the next realm. Pei Qian's last meal at the shop at the foot of Lion Peak, Li Liu returned, and the family and Pei Qian ate at the same table. The woman felt that her son's eyesight was not good, but it was not bad. Li Huai looked at the way his mother looked at Pei Qian and the smile on her face, and perspired profusely. Previously, when his mother talked about this in private, Li Huai, who was never afraid of anything, almost knelt on the ground, begging his mother not to have such thoughts, if not, he would run away from home. Anyway, if he stayed at home, he would most likely be beaten to death by Pei Qian. When Pei Qian left the small town at the foot of the mountain, Li only nodded to the young lady, and did not send her off. The woman gave her a look, and Li Huai pushed her brother. Li Huai was originally fine, and was just a little sad, but in the end, he was trembling with fear, and his legs were not nimble enough to keep up with Pei Qian. Walking on the street, Pei Qian said, I have seen the travel book that you have been hiding. I am fine. Li Huai was speechless, and sighed, En. Pei Qian said, don't send me off, if there is a chance in the future, I will bring you to travel, at that time, we can go to the central divine continent. Li Huai nodded, then it settled. Pei Qian walked forward with large strides, her back facing Li Huai, and waved her hand lightly. Li Huai stopped in place and waved goodbye to her. It seemed that Pei Qian did not greet him again, and secretly grew taller, from a slightly tanned girl to a 20-year-old girl with the figure of a 20-year-old woman. Pei Qian suddenly grew taller in a secluded place, and quietly flew away on the wind. 699. 3,000 Taoists from Qingming Tian entered the fifth world in an orderly manner. Among them, the Beko Keikyang building occupied the largest share, with more than 1,000 people. Other than that, the Xuanju Temple, Sui Gong, Immortal Staff Sect, and Bingjie Mountain were all first-class sects, with 200 to 300 Taoists. The number of Daoist sects below them decreased accordingly. However, regardless of which sect they were from, most of them were orthodox Daoist officials of Qingming Tian. Due to the Daoist certification system, they were widely accepted in the world. In addition, there were also 3,000 Buddhist disciples. There were also refugees who crazily rushed into the fifth world. 2 years after it opened, there were already close to 10 million people. Below the nascent soul realm, there were people from all walks of life. There were cultivators on the mountain and ordinary Taoists at the foot of the mountain. There were all kinds of people who had experienced great sorrow and joy after surviving a disaster. They came from the southeast Tongye continent and the southwest Fuyao continent respectively. However, There was a huge difference in the number of people from the Fuyao continent and the Tongye continent. The Fuyao continent only migrated from the eastern coastal area, while the Tongye continent fled from the entire continent. There was a great sword immortal in charge of opening the two doors. The one who opened the door with the sword was the old great sword immortal of the sword Qi Great Wall, Qi Tingji. The sage of literature's lineage was left and right. In addition to opening the door, these two sword immortals also had to guard the door from being destroyed by the great demon. The approximate location of the 3,000 Taoists was in the east. The Taoists of the Beko Keikyang building had worked together to create a large sea of clouds. The purple Qi was vast and mighty, and rain and dew fell, moistening the earth. The sea of clouds was uneven. All the mountains that were higher than the sea of clouds were the places where the Beko Keikyang building and the other Taoists fought for. Some of the mountains were not far from the ground. Some of the mountains were empty, but still could not be higher than the sea of clouds. The amount of spiritual qi and luck was determined. The Taoists of the Beko Keikyang building tried their best to choose the 5 adjacent mountains according to the instructions of the 5 cities, 12 buildings, and their respective sects. They inscribed the true shape of the 5 mountains on the 5 adjacent mountains and used magic weapons to suppress the mountains to gather spiritual qi. Every time the 5 mountains were formed, it was the embryonic form of a big dynasty or a small vassal state. In addition, there was another magical effect. The mighty spiritual qi of heaven and earth was detained near the mountains. The many hidden treasures of heaven and earth in the area of the 5 mountains would often be unable to hide the light of treasures. Once the Taoists of the Beko Keikyang building followed the clues, they could immediately search for it. It was a bit like the method of draining the pond to catch the fish. In fact, it did not damage the spiritual qi at all. Instead, it could condense the scattered qi of heaven and earth into wisps of qi of heaven and earth, lingering around the 5 mountains or driving it into the rivers before stabilizing it. It would be the location of the future mountain god's mansion. However, the sword celestial lineage of the Xiandu temple annoyed the Taoists of the Beko Keikyang building the most. They only occupied a few mountains with decent spiritual qi and began to deliberately destroy the Taoists of the Beko Keikyang building. Every time they painstakingly inscribed 4 true shape of the 5 mountains, the Taoists of the Xiandu temple would then secretly draw a sword celestial guide map of their own temple. Even if one of the true shape of the 5 mountains was missing, even if it was all wasted, it would not be easy to choose a new mountain. Moreover, the loss was immeasurable. Because of the crazy actions of the sword celestial lineage of the Xiandu temple, the few top celestial families were pleasantly surprised. They all signed contracts and roughly circled out their own territories to minimize unnecessary conflicts. All of this was to quickly obtain as many feng shui treasured lands as possible before the Beko Keikyang building. In short, the 3,000 Taoists each had their own long-term plans and conflicts of various sizes were endless. The 3,000 monks were located in the west. The refugees of the Fuyao continent poured into the north. The refugees of the Tongyi continent were located in the south. The city occupied by the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was located in the middle. Ning Yarrow rode her sword alone to the east. After seeing the purple sea of clouds filled with Tao intent, she pondered for a while and directly headed south. The mountains and rivers were far away and the heavens and earth were lonely. However, there were 2 more strange heads among the objects in front of him. However, there were far more than 2 battles. This obviously meant that the 5th world, which had yet to be named, was extremely dangerous. Over at the heavenly gate, Lu Chen stretched out a finger and rubbed his lips. He smiled and said, "Daoist son, it's not very appropriate to hurt the harmony like this, right? When I return to the Beko Keikyang building, it will be hard for me to explain to my senior brother." "That's enough. You know my senior brother's temper. When he's angry, he doesn't care about anything. When he goes to the Xiandu temple, I won't be able to persuade him." Junior brother Shan Qing stood at the side with a serious expression. The little Daoist child who was carrying the Doliang blade strengthening gourd on his back was gloating. He couldn't wait for Lu Chen and Daoist Sun to scratch each other's faces. Daoist Sun said guiltily, "These disciples of mine don't follow the orders of their ancestors. They're like wild horses. Young people are still angry and don't know when to stop. What can I do? If they break the rules, I'll help you persuade them and be the peacemaker. The little Daoist child who had been eavesdropping on the conversation felt that Daoist's son was really good at lying through his teeth. He had to learn from him. If he met that old scholar again in the future, he didn't know who would be scolding who. Daoist's son smiled and said, "However, Daoist Lu, you have to inform the scholarly sage in advance. He can't let me break the rule of not going beyond 1,000 feet. After all, it's a rule set by the Sage of Rights himself. I still respect the Sage of Rights. Daoist Lu, you're different. You're bold and have such a great master backing you up. However, I'm unfortunate. The founding ancestor of the Xiandu Temple has already left. I'm the best at fighting. If I really lose in a fight, who can I complain to?" Lu Chen said helplessly, "I'm not on good terms with the Sage of Rights." "Daoist son, don't you know?" Daoist son laughed and said, "I'm old. I forget things easily." The little Daoist child was impressed. Shan Qing frowned. If the Xiandu Temple continued to stir things up like this, a slight move would affect the entire situation. If one step was slow, the second sect master's senior brother's plan to gather 500 spirit officials through the fifth world would most likely be pushed back by hundreds of years. Lu Chen raised his hand and stroked the lotus Daoist crown. He smiled and comforted his cute little junior brother who was worried about the sky. Every result, big or small, is the manifestation of thousands of great Daos. Let nature take its course and we'll just watch from the sidelines. Lu Chen really did not care about the conflict between the Beko Keikyang building Daoist priests and the Xiandu Temple sword immortals. However, there were some things that he had to talk about. When he returned to the Beko Keikyang building or the Little Lotus Grotto Heaven in the future, he could brush it off with his senior brother and master. However, in the eyes of his little junior brother, the matter was right in front of him. It was his own matter. It was not bad, but it was definitely not good either. Lu Chen jumped twice and looked towards the south. "Little stinky cow nose, it's time for you to get down to business. I can help you pass that metal ring and the blade strengthening gourd to the scholarly sage." The little Daoist child was furious. "Sect Master Lu, you have to be more polite when you speak to me." The little Daoist child of this temple had always been well behaved when he was with Lu Chen. In fact, he was not afraid of Lu Chen at all. However, before his master left for the Green Netherworld, he instructed him to do 3 things. One of them was to not make enemies with Lu Chen. Another was to take out one of the Lotus Blossom blessed lands and place it somewhere in the 5th heaven. That place was currently uninhabited. There was a majestic tower in the Tongya continent. It was an aged parasol tree called the Demon Subduing Tower. It had a similar meaning to the Zhunbei's Tower. It was just a scholar who did some superficial things. The old temple master did not touch the foundation of the Demon Subduing Tower. However, without the metal ring that belonged to the old Daoist as the core of the formation, it was meaningless. Therefore, there would be an additional transaction of merit in the process. Together with the blade strengthening gourd, it was 2 strokes. According to the little Daoist child's own guess, if his master accidentally lost the argument with the Daoist ancestor, he could still use these 2 merits to ask the Sage of Rights for help. Then, his master and he would be able to return to the vast heaven. They would no longer have to stay in the Green Netherworld to look at other people's faces. As for what his master was planning and what he would do in the end, the little Daoist child did not care. After all, he was used to relying on his master. On the other hand, Lu Chen was scolding the little Daoist child by calling him a little cow nose. He even scolded his old master. As a disciple, of course, he could not tolerate it. Lu Chen said, "Little cow nose, the old temple master saved some incense for you. You've almost used it all up. Take it easy." The little Daoist child was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The little Daoist child had always regarded himself as the first disciple of the temple master. However, the old Daoist did not see him as a direct disciple. This was something that could not be helped. Lu Chen smiled. The Lotus Blossom blessed land was divided into 4 When he gave the umbrella to Chen Pingan, he knew that Chen Pingan would not be at ease. He would definitely cultivate there and cultivate. Then, he would come across numerous difficulties that were difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. Things were like goose feathers that piled up into a mountain. Moving them would be much more difficult than moving rocks of the same weight. In the end, Chen Pingan would only realize that cultivation was all about one's heart. One could take care of it well. From big to small, from complicated to simple, from 10,000 changes to one. By then, Chen Pingan would still be Chen Pingan and not Chen Pingan. Because he would be on the same path as the old temple master, he would be further away from the path of Confucianism. Now that you're carrying one of the lotus blossom blessed land with you, the old temple master is reminding me to be patient and give in to you. The little Daoist child nodded and said, that makes sense. Daoist son smiled, one dares to talk nonsense while the other dares to pretend to know. You two are a perfect match. Lu Chen did not think much of it. The little Daoist child put his right hand into his left sleeve. There was a wutong leaf inside. It was one of the lotus blossom blessed lands. It was divided into 4 and the last disciple of the old scholar took one. A young Daoist who was thrown into the blessed land by the temple master lost his memory. Then, he met a young scholar from the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom who was studying abroad in the northern Jin kingdom. The young scholar was accompanied by a little white ape. Lu Chuan took one of them. Yu Zhani of the Songsui kingdom was the first person to cultivate in the history of the lotus blossom blessed land. His blessed land was now taken to the lotus grotto heaven by the master of the temple master. Yu Zhani, who was given the great prophecy by the Daoist ancestor, stay in the human world for 1,000 years and always look like a child, must have great luck. Even the little Daoist child was envious. The little Daoist child hesitated for a long time and took out a metal ring from his sleeve. He passed it to Lu Chen, who was not serious in his actions, words, and cultivation. Lu Chen was born in the vast world and was the number one in deviating from the orthodoxy. Even the Holy Master was scolded by Lu Chen in his book. The little Daoist child had a good relationship with the old scholar, but he was not familiar with the Confucian temple. Therefore, he was not willing to interact with those old-fashioned and pedantic sages. Moreover, according to Lu Chen, there were not many oddities in this world, but they were huge. If he traveled alone, he would be eaten by those oddities. Lu Chen held the metal ring in his hand and bent his knees slightly. He assumed a martial arts stance of gathering qi in his dantian. Then, he spun his body, stepped on the ground with one foot and raised the other. He leaned forward and threw the metal ring with all his might. It turned into a bright rainbow light and flew towards the sky canopy where the scholarly sage was. The little Daoist child stretched his neck and reminded, don't throw it in the wrong direction. It will make the scholarly sage look for it. Daoist son chuckled and said, shouldn't you be worried that it will hit the scholarly sage's head? Scholars care about their reputation the most. When the Confucian temple pursues the matter, the metal ring that Lu Chen threw is yours. Therefore, you and Daoist Lu will each take half of the blame. He can leave without a fight, but where will you run to with the blessed land? The little Daoist child laughed awkwardly and said, not really. He stared at Lu Chen with all his might. Lu Chen nodded and said, my heart is steady and my hands are accurate. It will go wherever I point. There is no possibility of any mistake. Daoist son nodded and said, it will go wherever I point. The little Daoist child felt more and more guilty. He looked at Lu Chen, who was helping him, and then at Daoist son, who was speaking up for him. He was a little uncertain. Daoist son shook his head. This little Daoist child who burned the fire is really a little fool. The metal ring flew into the sky and traveled thousands of miles. The aura ripples left behind on the path alone were enough for Lu Chen to make more accurate deductions. This made Daoist son miss Daoist Chen, whom he met in the North Continent. That was a person who was willing to use his brain and think more. He was indeed worthy of the East Sea Monastery head's long-term planning. Back then, when they met on the mountain, both parties treated each other with sincerity. They were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. That was why they parted on good terms. Daoist Chen, You must be honest. Daoist son, you must be fair in business. At this moment, Daoist son stroked his beard and smiled. Such a smart young man was still very likable. It was just that the path he passed by was a little too barren. Fortunately, before they parted, he addressed them sincerely, Daoist son, Daoist son, Daoist Sunday. Shan Qing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, little senior brother, can I travel alone? Lu Chen slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. We are of the same generation. Why are you asking this? Do you mean that you can't travel more than 1,000 feet without being in the green netherworld? Daoist son stroked his beard and smiled. Daoist Lu, congratulations. You found yourself a good junior brother. Shan Qing bowed towards his little senior brother and Daoist Sunday. Then, he turned around and strode 1,000 feet away. As he rode the wind, he broke through to the pure jade state. Almost at the same time, a Western Bodhisattva broke through to the pure jade state. Lu Chen nodded and shook his wrist. That's good, that's good. I almost couldn't hold it in. Daoist son smiled. Daoist Lu, you don't have to make things difficult for yourself. Just tell me next time. It's a matter of a slap. It doesn't matter who slaps you. The little Daoist boy asked worriedly, Sect Master Lu, how did you know that I'm going to temporarily lend the Doliang gourd to the Confucian temple? Master cast a camouflage spell and you don't know what happened in the Tongyi continent. Lu Chen smiled. I'm in a high position and have nothing to do every day. All I can do is let my imagination run wild and make wild guesses. The little Daoist boy reached out and touched the gigantic golden gourd behind him. Lu Chen said, This Doliang, old monastery head, you, the sage of this place, the Confucian temple of the Middle Plains, the embroidered tiger of the Aquarius continent and Old Yang. After so many twists and turns, it will eventually be delivered to a lady with the surname Li. The little Daoist boy frowned. Sect Master Lu, are you making wild guesses again? He was a little reluctant to part with this parting, even though the Doliang would definitely be returned to him in the end. Lu Chen smiled. Have you ever thought about who made the 7-blade strengthening gourds? 7-blade strengthening gourds were born from a single vine. In the end, it was a single entity in the vast world. The 7 meridians flowed and merged into one. The Daoist ancestor used this to observe Tao. It was the same as watching a pond of lotus flowers bloom and where the water droplets fell. The Daoist ancestor's Tao was omnipotent, but he would not really do anything. The Confucian temple naturally had no reason to break these meridians that were rooted in the vast worlds. The little Daoist boy said, Of course. Then, Daoist son smiled. It's like playing the lute to a cow. He was scolding all 4 of them at once. Lu Chen said helplessly, Daoist son, they are very respectful towards their teachers. Daoist son was puzzled. What did you say? I'm old and muddle-headed. My ears aren't very sharp. Lu Chen dismissed it with a smile. Since his master did not care, as a disciple, he should not meddle in other people's business. The little Daoist boy was left with a confused mind. He only knew that the gourd vine that the Daoist ancestor planted personally bore the 7 best blade strengthening gourds in the world. The inverted hanging mountains spring banner house and sword immortal Shao Yunyan's gourd vine were naturally incomparable. The huge golden gourd behind the little Daoist boy was one of the 7 most precious blade strengthening gourds in the world. It was called the Doliang. It contained the water of the Eastern Sea. It was rumored that the water level of the Eastern Sea had dropped by a few feet. However, his master did not let him nurture the sword. Instead, he used it to catch and nurture flood dragons. Before he ascended to the green netherworld, the old temple master had secretly done something big. When Li Liu and Ji Yu Kan reunited on the dragon resting stone on the sea, there was not a single flood dragon on it to stop the rain. This was because the water flood dragons on both sides of the Tongya continent were almost all captured by the old Daoist. The water flood dragons in the other sea areas also took the initiative to enter the Doliang. In the flood dragon ravine between the inverted hanging mountain and the rain dragon sect, the weary flood dragon did not need to stop at the dragon resting stone. The scholarly sage did not stop this at that time. Of course, The Confucian temple had its own considerations. In addition, there were 6 priceless blade-strengthening gourds. They nurtured the most swords and were called ox hair. The name was not good, but its quality and power were very scary. It was also the best to help the master win the favor of the sword cultivators and sword immortals on the mountain. The natal flying sword embryo was formed the fastest. It was called Road of Mount Zhongnan. The more talented a sword cultivator was, the more natal flying swords they had. Once they had this blade-strengthening gourd, they would complement each other the most. The flying sword that was nurtured was the toughest. Its name was also strange. It only had one word, 3. It was the sharpest sword. A sword cultivator could break 10,000 techniques with one sword. The sword in the gourd could break 10,000 swords. It was called Burden of the Heart. The flying sword was the smallest and the most delicate. It could be refined to be truly invisible and ignore the river of time. Immediately, it was the most suitable to store wine. When a cultivator drank wine, they were absorbing sword qi without any side effects. It was called good wine. It meant that drinking wine was the most beautiful thing in the world. A total of 7 blade-strengthening gourds were left behind in the vast world for some reason. The small Aquarius continent had great fortune and had 2. Zhengyang Mountain's purple gold blade-strengthening gourd, ox hair, had once been given to a female sword cultivator, Su Jiao, who had high hopes for her sect. Of course, it was not an ancestral item of Zhengyang Mountain. Zhengyang Mountain did not have such a foundation. It was obtained halfway. Winsnow Temple also had a snow-white blade-strengthening gourd. It was obtained by Wei Jin, who had reached the upper 5 realms at the age of 40. The little Daoist boy guessed that it was the good wine. In addition, the eldest disciple of the White Emperor City's city lord of the Central Plains divine continent obtained a 3. The god of wealth of the White Mountain continent's Liu family obtained a Mount Zhongnan after half buying and half robbing. He had kept it for a long time and did not show it to others easily. He spread the word that it would be one of the betrothal gifts for his son, Liu Yuju, when he got married. The great sword immortal of the north, Bai Shong of the North Continent, obtained Road of Mount Zhongnan. However, the 2 most suitable offensive blade-strengthening gourds for sword cultivators were Worry in Mind and Immediately. However, they were nowhere to be found. The little Daoist boy wanted to regain his dignity, so he smiled cheekily and said, "Sect Master Lu, do you want to meet a descendant of the Lu family?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Chen. It was interesting just thinking about it. Lu Chen smiled and said, "There's no need to meet a child who can't even light the incense of the 3 pure ones in inverted hanging mountain." Daoist Sun looked into the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an interesting Shan Qing. He said that he was going to travel far away, but he was going straight to a mountain that Xiandu Temple had recently occupied. Looking at his posture, he was going to kill all the Taoists of Xiandu Temple below the nascent soul realm. Lu Chen exclaimed and stomped his foot. "This is outrageous. Aren't you afraid that little senior brother will beat Daoist Sun to death?" Daoist Sun nodded and said, "When you drive a dog into a corner, it will do something desperate." Since Daoist Sun had said so himself, Lu Chen had nothing to say. Daoist Sun sneered. "That's true, but is it that easy to kill him? So what if he has many treasures on him and his combat strength has increased by 1 realm? The sword immortals of Xiandu Temple may not be as rich as the old and young immortals of Beko Keikyang building, but when it comes to fighting, they are still quite capable." A young monk from the west broke through at almost the same time as Shan Qing. A young and beautiful woman from Xiandu Temple who carried a sword on her back broke through slightly slower. However, Shan Qing, who wielded a sword, had the strength to fight. Although it was difficult for her to win, she could hold Shan Qing back for a while. When the cultivators of Xiandu Temple went down the mountain, they would either be amiable and allow others to scold and beat them up. They would not easily fight with others, or they would directly attack and beat them to death. Apart from that, the Taoists of Xiandu Temple liked to call their fellow disciples and friends to gang up on their enemies. Therefore, the Taoists of the lower 5 realms of Xiandu Temple were usually very experienced. Of course, after ascending to the upper 5 realms, they should not do things so openly. According to the words of the old grandmaster, it would be bad for their reputation if word got out. As for what they did in private, Daoist Sun was always traveling outside. He could not see or hear, so of course, he could not care about it. I take in disciples and disciples take in grand disciples. I only care about imparting Daoist techniques and sword techniques. In the future, when you go down the mountain to travel, it is up to you whether you bring honor to Xiandu Temple or not. In fact, Sun Huaizhong did not care about small matters. That was because he had a catchphrase, I have achieved success in my cultivation, so I am calm. The old temple master only cared about important matters. Therefore, he had another catchphrase, I have been diligent in my swordsmanship all my life. Is it to reason with fools? Actually, after Lu Chen opened 2 new doors in the 5th world, he often used his fingers to calculate. Daoist Sun asked, do you miss the vast world that much? Lu Chen smiled and said, in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, I have set up a fortune-telling stall for many years. It is inevitable that I miss it. Daoist Sun shook his sleeves and raised his hand to quickly pinch his fingers. He exclaimed and said, what a coincidence. I did not expect Daoist Lu to have such deep karma even though you have only been away for a few years. I did not expect that we would have such karma even though we have gone our separate ways. However, I have good karma while you have bad karma. I am worried for you. Lu Chen agreed and said, yes, I am worried. After all, Cao Ci was only at the peak of the mountain. That year when he returned to his hometown, he set up a stall in that small town to tell people's fortunes. Unfortunately, he only had a Wen Qiu by his side to check his literary fortune. If he had another Wu Qiu, Qi Jingquan's camouflage would not have worked. Lu Chen shook his sleeves and stopped pinching his fingers to calculate. Daoist Sun was still pinching his fingers in his sleeves and laughed. Daoist Lu, you can't take it anymore? Lu Chen said impatiently, Temple Master, stop pretending over there. Daoist Sun laughed and shook his sleeves. Even if he was pretending, he had won against Lu Chen. After returning to Xiandu Temple, he had a chat with the direct disciples and reminded them not to mention such trivial matters to their disciples. Lu Chen lamented, the door to this world has been opened and all 5 worlds have been connected. Daoist Sun retracted his smile and nodded, Divination 1 is the most difficult. Both of them were silent. There was also a fire-burning Daoist child who felt that it was useless to listen to Daoist techniques. Lu Chen said casually, it's a pity that I can't meet Daoist Frost's Daoist companion. What a pity. At most, she is half Daoist Frost's Daoist companion. Daoist Sun sighed, people are trapped by love. Daoist Frost did the opposite and trapped his sweetheart. He was infatuated and ruthless. Outsiders can't tell right from wrong. Palace Master Wu Shuangjiang, the most famous Daoist magnate in the history of the Lunar Palace, had almost single-handedly raised a second-rate sect to become one of the most outstanding sects in the green underworld. After he gained a firm foothold, a large group of geniuses, including the guardian of the Lunar Palace, rose. Wu Frost himself was once among the top 10 of the Green Netherworld sect. Although his ranking was not high, he was still quite capable among the top 10 of the entire world. He could have broken through the bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm, but he remained in seclusion. Because Wu Frost had not appeared for too long, he fell out of the top 10 hundreds of years ago. The little Daoist child was most interested in the inside story of the mountain peak. He asked curiously, if Wu Frost fought without restraint and used all his techniques, would he be able to defeat the 2 of you? Lu Chen smiled, isn't the purpose of cultivating Daoist techniques to avoid fighting? Daoist Sun nodded and smiled, it shouldn't be just for fighting. The little Daoist child snorted. What were the Beko Keikyang building Taoists and the sword immortal Daoist lineage doing? Lu Chen tiptoed and looked at the flow of fate in this world. He said without reason, there's no doubt about the first place. Daoist Sun said, you should be glad that Daoist Chen isn't here. Otherwise, it's possible that the 2 worlds will collide in a sword battle in the future. Lu Chen smiled, you're wrong. If he's here, he'll only be more and more restrained. Daoist Sun stroked his beard and nodded, that's true. The little Daoist child whispered, can't you 2 talk about something I can understand? Lu Chen said, "It's difficult." Daoist Sun said, "Extremely difficult." In the central area of this world, there were two Confucian sages guarding the sky screen. One was from the Li Ji Academy of the Sage of Rites and the other was from the River Academy of the Secondary Sage. They were both accompanying Confucian sages. One of them recorded everything he saw and heard in a book. The other watched the east and west gates to prevent cultivators of the upper 5 realms from sneaking in and nascent soul cultivators from the north and south gates. The two sages each brought a disciple of their own lineage. They were both gentlemen of the academy. One of the gentlemen had a long sword, the Great Spirit. It was given to him by a friend when he traveled the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Because of their relationship with the sages, the two gentlemen were able to observe the world. There were many strange people and interesting things. For example, among the 3,000 Taoists, there was a Daoist sect, one of the ancestral courts of the Talisman sect. The leader was a nascent soul cultivator named Nanshan. As for their sworn enemy, Harvest Mountain, they also had a nascent soul cultivator. Her name was Yuran. Not only were the man and woman born in the same year and month, but they were also born at the exact same time. Apart from this, the two gentlemen also knew a lot about the Green Netherworld. In the past, the books of the sages did not record this. In the vast world, there were 10 types of rogue cultivators, including the tailor and the lone rider of the South Sea. They were defined as evil cultivators that everyone wanted to kill. In the Green Netherworld, there were also 10 types of cultivators that were not welcomed. Although they were not as bad as rats, they definitely did not dare to approach the Beko Kekyung building without permission. They were the rice thief, the undead immortal, the curtain roller, the red crisp hand, the porter, the coffin bearer, the mountain patrolling envoy, the dressing lady, the machete master, and the one-character master. This time, the 3,000 Taoists entered the new world. Apart from the large sects, there were also hundreds of mountain and lake cultivators in the Green Netherworld. Due to fate and good fortune, each of them received a jade clearance token from the Beko Kekyung building. Inside and outside the city of sword cultivators, after Ning Yao ascended to the pure jade realm, even though Ning Yao deliberately left the city and traveled alone, the nascent soul stage sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, including Qi Shou, were still slightly suppressed by the Great Tao of Heaven and Earth. This was especially so for Qi Shou, who was the most likely nascent soul stage cultivator to break through the pure jade realm after Ning Yao. Not only did Ning Yao break through the pure jade realm, but she also made rapid progress in the pure jade realm. This caused Qi Shou's breakthrough to be much slower than Shan Qing, the Western Arhat, and the Nuguan of Xiandu Temple. When the heavens and earth first opened, many great Tao manifested. The impact was relatively deep and obvious. As time went on, it would become more and more blurry. However, with Qi Shou's outstanding talent and the potential reward of being the leader of the criminal officers, he would definitely become the second batch of pure jade realm cultivators in the first 10 years. The so-called first batch was actually Ning Yao. After that, it would be the second batch, which included Shan Qing, the Western Bodhisattva, and Qi Shou. There would not be many of them, at most 10. After that, the cultivators who reached the upper 5 realms in the first 90 years would be the third batch. There would not be many cultivators from the Tongye continent and Fuyao continent. This was because compared to the east and west gates, the cultivators from the two continents who entered the fifth world from the north and south, except for a few nascent soul cultivators, would not be allowed to enter the new world. As for the small group of nascent soul cultivators, they were exceptions because their sect's merits and their cultivator's character were recognized by the Central Plains Confucian Temple. For example, the Taoist nun of the Taiping Mountain and the sword cultivator Huang Ting. Including her, without exception, all of them were forced to rush here by their respective sects. Naturally, their sects were prepared for the destruction of their sects, for everyone to die in battle, and for only one person to continue burning incense in the ancestral hall. It was now the end of the 5th year of Jiachuan. Before this, there was a big argument about whether to choose the year name of Jiachuan or the one suggested by the Confucian Temple. In the end, the year name of Jiachuan was chosen. In fact, it was only decided not long ago. Therefore, before that, Both names were used. The old elementary scholar used one name and the Confucian temple used the other. No one was convinced by the other. Of course, according to the old elementary scholar, Brother Bai Yi was not a mute and spoke for the first time. Bai Yi said that he felt that the two words Jiachuan were very beautiful and had a good meaning. Every day, Bai Yi held a sword to his neck and did not dare to disobey. Other than that, there was another argument about when the first year was. Was it when the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi entered the new world together? Or was it when the city of the Great Wall of Sword Qi landed? Of course, it was the old elementary scholar who argued with the Confucian temple. In the end, the old elementary scholar won both arguments. Regarding the year name of Jiachuan, Bai Yi opened the way with his sword. Later on, the merit of opening the world with his sword was too great. Of course, the old elementary scholar didn't slack off either. He worked hard without complaint and accomplished many things, such as setting the mountains and rivers. Therefore, the Confucian temple agreed to the old elementary scholar's request. We should at least sell by some face. However, even a fool knew that Bai Yi, who was known as the proudest scholar in the world, wouldn't interfere with the year name. Would he even put his sword to the old elementary scholar's neck? It was hard to say who would put the sword to whose neck. As for the first year of Jiachuan, the time of the city's landing was also a matter of endless debate. Not long after the old elementary scholar left the fifth world, he went to the Confucian temple proudly. He walked with his nose in the air and his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It turned out that the old elementary scholar had stolen the ancestral painting of the mountain search map from Bai Zi. In the beginning, the Confucian temple had wanted to place the first year of Jiachuan between the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi. When they first entered the new world, the old elementary scholar gave up all his merit in exchange for the protection of the fate of the Great Tao and the mountain search map. However, the old elementary scholar didn't want it and gave it to the South Hassa continent. Therefore, the Confucian temple had nothing to say. When the Confucian temple closed its doors, the old elementary scholar quarreled with the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple, the Grand Chancellor of the Academy, and the headmaster of the Central Plains Academy. Later on, the secondary sage and even the sage of rites arrived. The old elementary scholar directly said that scholars like them shouldn't quarrel with each other behind closed doors. They should also close the doors of their study rooms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a disgrace to the scholars. However, they were all scholars. If they were too disgraceful, the juniors would laugh at them. Therefore, except for the three of them, everyone left the Confucian temple and stood in the square outside, waiting for the news. In the end, the two vice-hierarchs, the three grand chancellors, and the 10 headmasters of the academies saw the three sages walking out of the Confucian temple together. The old elementary scholar and the secondary sage were walking beside the sage of rites. However, the old elementary scholar slowed down his pace and pushed the secondary sage aside, walking in the middle. Fortunately, the sage of rites smiled and the secondary sage didn't blame him. Thus, the sage of rites allowed the old elementary scholar to break the rules for once. However, the old elementary scholar was still an old elementary scholar. He didn't regain his status as the sage of literature. His statue wouldn't be moved back into the Confucian temple and wouldn't be worshipped to the sage of literature. In the end, everyone left. The old elementary scholar was the only one sitting on the stairs. He seemed to be chatting with someone about trivial matters. The old elementary scholar didn't look worried when he complained to others. Moreover, the old elementary scholar complained a lot and showed off a lot. An old man who was worshipped as the sage of literature sat beside the old elementary scholar. The old man wanted to leave and attend to some matters. However, the old elementary scholar grabbed his sleeves tightly and he couldn't leave. The old man could only pull at his sleeves lightly, indicating that it was enough. The old elementary scholar sat sideways and pulled at his sleeves with both hands. He said, "Let's chat a bit more, let's chat a bit more. We haven't even talked about how my last disciple went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to find a wife. Old man, you don't know this, but this last disciple of mine is the master of my line of knowledge. When it comes to finding a wife, he's even better than teacher and senior martial brother." The old man said helplessly, Bai Yi's sword was already considered polite. Inside the southernmost gate, the Confucian school had set up 2 mountain and river restrictions. After entering the 5th world and crossing the 2nd boundary, one could only leave and not return. Ning Yarrow flew on her sword and arrived 1,000 miles away. She looked at the gate that stood between heaven and earth from afar. As long as she used her sword to cut open the restrictions, she could cross the gate and go to Tongyi continent. However, Ning Yarrow turned around and left in the end. In the end, she changed her mind. She sheathed her sword and carried it on her back before landing on the ground. She wore a golden robe and carried a sword immortal on her back. Ning Yarrow planned to find a few Tongyi continent cultivators to ask about the latest situation. A group of 10 or so people flew away on the wind, getting further and further away from the gate. They were all Dragon Sect and Golden Core cultivators. They had been scared witless when they were fleeing, but after arriving here, they had formed an alliance. Thus, they felt that they had profited from a disaster and that the world was vast. The reason was simple. There wasn't a single nascent soul cultivator nearby. Moreover, in this world, there were no more 5 realms, 3 golden cores and 9 dragons sect. Was it difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator? Actually, it wasn't that simple. After all, the strength on paper was just an illusion. If a nascent soul cultivator were to kill 1 or 2 people first, causing everyone to tremble in fear, then take them down one by one. In the end, everyone would surround and kill one person, or be chased down by one person. It was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. However, the world was vast and there were no nascent soul cultivators. Those in the Sea Viewing Realm and Cave Abode Realm were not qualified to be on the same side as them. The 30 or so cultivators from the various immortal mountains and dynasties were gathering forces at the gate for them. These 12 people had already agreed to build the biggest sect on the mountain. They would fight for people, territory, fortune, power, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They would fight for everything in their hand. After this, even if their cultivation aptitude was limited, they would use the mountain of immortal money to break through their bottlenecks. As long as one of the 12 people reached the nascent soul realm first, their great undertaking would be completely stable. Then, they saw the woman with a sword on her back walking on the ground. Everyone was slightly surprised. She was so bold. She dared to travel alone. They took a closer look and each of them had their own ideas. Some took a fancy to the woman's appearance, some took a fancy to the robe she wore, some guessed the value of the sword, and some purely wanted to kill her. Of course, there were also those who were afraid of the worst and were careful not to provoke trouble. Of course, there was also the only female cultivator in the Golden Core realm who pitied the woman who was destined to have a pitiful end. Save. Why? She wasn't in the mood. In this chaotic world where the world didn't care about the world and only cultivators were in charge, if such a beautiful woman dared to go out alone without a high cultivation base, wasn't she courting death? Ning Yarrow looked up and saw that they didn't intend to attack, so she continued walking. The 12 fleeing cultivators from the Tongyi continent hovered in the air and looked down at the beautiful woman whose identity they didn't know for now. A moment later, the gold core female cultivator was infuriated. Are these men all righteous gentlemen with a pure heart and few desires? Why aren't they doing anything? Therefore, she smiled and said, I think that woman's appearance is not bad. Don't fight with me. I'm lacking a servant girl now, so I'll take her. As soon as she spoke, a burly man with a burning gaze immediately reached out and held the slender waist of the female cultivator beside him. He chuckled and said, It's good to be a servant girl, but it's even better to be a concubine. Big brother will help you take down that lucky woman. Sister Jade Cheeks, let's hurry and find an auspicious date so that we can quickly become husband and wife. Who knows? We might become the #1 Dao couple in the world. If there's some mysterious additional fortune, wouldn't good things come in pairs? As he spoke, the burly man said to his 2 good friends telepathically, Remember to help me hold the line. Other than the 2 of you, including Jade Cheeks, I don't trust anyone else. The burly man took out a military armor pill and a deity armor instantly covered his body. Then, he landed on the ground and strode towards the woman with a sword on her back. He smiled and said, Sister, Which part of the Tongyi continent do you come from? Why don't we travel together? There's no fear in numbers, isn't there? Although his words seemed frivolous, the man had already tightened his grip on his saber. He was a golden core cultivator who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Ning Yarrow said with an indifferent expression, "There's no fear in numbers." He spoke in a rather clumsy dialect of the Tongyi continent. In terms of language talent, he was indeed better. He could speak the official language of the 3 continents, the official language of each country, and many local dialects. He would deliberately use an understated expression and used a language that she did not understand to speak some words. However, she knew what he was saying because she would look into his eyes. The burly man laughed and said, "Little lady, you really know how to joke." The burly man was mysteriously split into 2 from the middle of his brows and from head to toe. His deity armor and the physique of a golden core military cultivator were actually worse than a thin piece of paper. The female cultivator called Jade Cheeks knew that things were not going well. Similarly, she was cut in half by an invisible sword aura. Her golden core was wrapped in her soul and spun. Just as it was about to escape, it exploded. Ning Yarrow glanced at the sky. The 10 cultivators fought to be the first. Each of them wished that they could smash into the ground in a straight line so that they could be the first to meet the female sword deity. It was not that they could tell that she was a sword cultivator. In fact, they did not even know how she attacked. However, since she carried a sword on her back, they could just treat her as a sword deity. It did not matter if she was a golden core sword cultivator with an amazing natal flying sword or a nascent soul sword cultivator that fell from the sky. She was still a sword deity. In any case, killing them was as easy as chopping a group of chickens with a kitchen knife. Ning Yarrow suddenly could not be bothered to ask about the situation in the Tongyi continent. He had once told her about his travels in the Tongyi continent. It was also written in the book that she always carried with her. However, Ning Yarrow knew that the cultivators of the Tongyi continent who did not come to this world should come. Therefore, Ning Yarrow turned around and left. She planned to walk for a while. On the way here, there was a mountain not far away that produced a kind of strange green bamboo. Ning Yarrow planned to forge a walking stick for it. When she turned around, the 2 friends that the burly man spoke to earlier died on the spot. In front of a sword cultivator who was at the bottleneck of the Jade Realm, they were whispering to each other in their hearts. They were not cautious enough. A young sword cultivator landed on the ground and frowned. "Fellow Daoist, is your killing intent too strong?" The 10 cultivators each had their own thoughts. Because this sword cultivator was extremely famous. He was the publicly acknowledged successor of the Tongyi continent's Xianqing sect. His name was Sai Yun and he was a 100-years-old golden core cultivator. Most importantly, he was a sword cultivator. The reason why she could recognize him at a glance was that the sword at his waist, Corpse Liberation, was too eye-catching. There were colorful lights flowing outside the scabbard. It was a half-immortal weapon that recognized its master, and his name was also brought into the sect by the Tao Protector when he was young. It was personally given by the Xianqing sect's ancestral master. It implied that this person had the potential to ascend. Ning Yarrow turned a deaf ear. The young sword cultivator and the woman pulled apart a distance and walked side by side. Ning Yarrow said, "You are blind and deaf. Your cultivation level is low. Speak less and go further away." Sai Yun laughed. "Are you saying that I can't tell good from bad? That's not the case. It's just that other than Shu Dao and Yu Zhen, the other 2 do not deserve to die. It's enough to teach them a lesson. As long as they are not evil people, we, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent, should abandon our past grudges and cultivate wholeheartedly. Who knows, we might soon meet the cultivators of the Fuyao continent, or even the barbarians of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who love to kill." Previously, he did not think so, but when he got closer to look at this woman, he realized that she was really charming. Naturally, it was not because of her beauty. To a young genius with a pure sword heart, he just felt that she made people forget about the vulgarity. Ning Yarrow kept her eyes forward and said, "You don't listen to advice. You should change it after your cultivation level drops." Sai Yun was about to speak. He was instantly sent flying. More than half of his golden core was shattered. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and could not get up even if he struggled with all his might. His vision was blurry. He could vaguely see the woman's back figure slowly walking away. The other 10 people looked at each other. Should he take advantage of the situation and kill them to snatch the corpse liberation, or should he save them and form a huge relationship with the Xianqing sect? Other than the 2 nascent soul ancestral masters of the Xianqing sect, almost all of the consecrators, guests, and direct disciples of the ancestral hall had already entered this new world. It was said that even the portrait of the ancestral hall and the divine master were carried by Sai Yun and placed in an ancestral item. Someone gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "What relationship? It's all King fake stuff. Why do we still care about this now? What immortal master of the registry? Which one of them isn't a wild cultivator now?" After obtaining a half-immortal weapon, whoever breaks through to the nascent soul realm first will get it. Let's all swear that the person who obtains the corpse liberation in the future will be the leader. This person must protect the rest of us to break through to the next realm. Another person reminded that corpse liberation is a half-immortal weapon that recognizes its master. Who dares to take it? Who can refine it? If Sai Yun is dead, it's fine, but Sai Yun is not dead. Someone said softly, Sai Yun's cultivation level dropped, but I didn't see the corpse liberation being unsheathed. Saying that it recognizes its master is most likely a method by the Xianqing sect to gain fame for Sai Yun. There were also a few immortal masters who were unwilling to take the risk, but they were not willing to speak at the moment. Blocking an opportunity on the mountain was more hateful than cutting off one's path to wealth at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, when no one dared to make the first move, Sai Yun sat up. His sword, corpse liberation, was unsheathed by itself and hovered in the air. He reached out to hold the sword, but it did not hurt his palm at all. It was as if he was being supported by the sword. Sai Yun's eyes were gloomy as he looked at those bastards. Even if he was really deaf, Sai Yun was not blind. He could see their expressions and gazes. Sai Yun let go of the half-immortal weapon, corpse liberation. He was on the verge of collapse, but he was not afraid of them at all. He gritted his teeth and said, "A bunch of trash. You only have a broken golden core that knows a little talisman, and you dare to kill me and snatch my sword." Sai Yun suddenly lowered his head and stared at his beloved sword. Tears streamed down his face. He reached out to cover his heart and choked with sobs. "Why did you pretend to be dead just now? Why didn't you unsheath yourself? Why didn't you protect my golden core? If you didn't kill her, it would have been good to protect my golden core." The long sword trembled as if it was crying. It seemed to be even more aggrieved than its master who had dropped in cultivation level. It did not dare to unsheath. It was afraid that its master would die. It was just that the half-immortal weapons in the world were often like ignorant children who had not been enlightened. They could not speak or write. Otherwise, this corpse liberation would clearly tell Sai Yun that that woman was very likely to be the first person recognized by the world's great Tao. Those 10 people finally realized that the half-immortal weapon, corpse liberation, could kill people on its own. Therefore, they did not hesitate and immediately used all kinds of methods to escape with the wind. Sai Yun did not have the intention to chase after them. Firstly, he was not sure what to do after suffering such a disaster. Secondly, there were too many accidents after his realm dropped. He did not want to provoke them. He had already remembered the 10 people's appearances and clothes, and he also knew the general background of these cultivators. The mountains would not change, and the rivers would flow forever. He would have a chance to meet them again in the future. This young genius who carried all the hopes of his sect raised his head and looked in the direction that the woman left. He suddenly realized that she came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yarrow arrived at the Green Mountain and the bamboo forest. She looked around and finally chose a green bamboo tree. She made a walking stick and held it in her hand. Seeing that there was no one around, Ning Yarrow started to walk with the walking stick. She imagined him leading the way when he was young. She imagined him traveling alone after he turned 20. She imagined him getting drunk when he was drunk. She imagined him walking in the mountains and rivers and looking at the scenery with his eyes wide open. She would write all of these down in a book. After walking for a while, Ning Yao returned to normal. She stood on the peak of the green mountain and supported herself with the walking stick. She softly called out a name. Then, she listened attentively to the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo forest. It seemed to be an answer. Previously, when she had just arrived at the new world, her inner demon when she broke through the nascent soul realm was the Chen Pingan in her heart. To Ning Yao, her inner demon was just like that. However, it was just a face-to-face encounter. After Ning Yao took a few more glances, she was quickly killed by her. Therefore, the breakthrough happened in an instant. It was extremely complicated yet simple. Ning Yao only understood one thing in an instant. The Chen Pingan in her heart could never be compared to the real Chen Pingan. In this vast world, there was only one Chen Pingan, the real one. 700. Middle Plains Divine Continent, Records of Rites Learning Palace. In the middle of winter, Maro Xiaodong sat alone in the pavilion to enjoy the snow while the scholars in the palace were asking questions and studying. He gently rubbed his hands and softly recited a popular prose piece. The sky clouds, the mountains, and the rivers were all white. The fishermen in the pavilion and the drinkers were all white. Maro Xiaodong was in a bad mood. The Cliff Academy's return to being one of the 72 academies had been delayed for so many years, and it still had not been finalized. Now that the excavation of the Great Blasphemy and the construction of the capital of Dali had been completed, it seemed like Maro Xiaodong was the one who was dragging them down the most. If not for his poor relationship with the Dali embroidered tiger and his unwillingness to have anything to do with Kuidong, Maro Xiaodong would have written to Kuidong a long time ago. He would have said that he only had this bit of ability and that he was obviously not of much use. He would have asked Kuidong to quickly find someone more capable to take charge of the situation here. As long as the Cliff Academy could return to the Orthodox Confucian Temple, he would be grateful to Kuidong. However, Maro Xiaodong was very clear that it did not matter whether he wrote a letter or not. Kuidong, that bastard, was not someone who cared about old friendships. He only cared about results. Since Kuidong chose him to lead the expedition and did not ask about it after that, it should be because Kuidong already had a plan. Kuidong could wait, but Maro Xiaodong was so anxious that his throat was smoking. The Tongyi continent was already a mess. Every day, the records of Rites Learning Palace would circulate court bulletins. Compared to the Fuyao continent and the demon army on the coastal battlefield, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the Fuyao continent would try their best to choose the battlefield overseas, so as to avoid the various kinds of immortal spells that were used in the battle with the great demons, which would accidentally bring disaster to the armies of the various great dynasties on the ground. Other than the cultivators of the upper 5 realms having such courage, Qi Tingji, Ju Shunji, and an ascendant realm cultivator of the Fuyao continent had a lot to do with this. On the other hand, the Tongye continent, which had only adopted a defensive posture from the beginning, was simply eroded. From the immortals on the mountain to the secular dynasties, everywhere was collapsing. Now, they could only rely on the 3 major academies and those immortals with the surname Zong. The Yugue sect could only be said to be stable in its defense. The Tongye sect and the Fuyao sect were slightly chaotic, especially the Fuyao sect near the sea, whose territory was constantly shrinking. Only Taiping Mountain was the most impressive. Under the protection of the mountain and river formation that could both attack and defend, there were actually 1,000 cultivators who could jointly kill their way out of the sect and achieve a great feat. The old Lord of Heaven of Taiping Mountain, who had already fallen by one realm, under the double support of the 3 enclosures 4 symbols great formation of one continent and his own formation, his Dharma form was majestic. He held a large mirror in his hand, like an immortal holding a bright moon in his hand. Under the moonlight, the cultivators of Taiping Mountain could advance and retreat freely, killing their enemies as if they were wheat. Maro Xiaodong could not wait to resign from his position as the deputy mountain master and go to Old Dragon City to guard. Rather than stay here and watch helplessly every day, he might as well do something practical. Maro Xiaodong brought a large group of academy students to travel across continents. As the deputy mountain master, he not only had to protect the students to concentrate on their studies, but he also had to strive to obtain the title of one of the 72 academies of the Confucian Temple for Cliff Academy. Therefore, Maro Xiaodong did not have an easy time these years. The most important thing was that Dali Xiu who did not tell Maro Xiaodong how to do it. When they arrived at the Li Ji Academy, the Grand Chancellor also did not tell Maro Xiaodong how to pass the assessment. He only asked Maro Xiaodong to wait for the news. Maro Xiaodong could only let more than 30 students, including Li Baoping, calm down and study hard. Maro Xiaodong actually felt a little guilty. This was because the most important factor in whether or not the academy could be promoted to one of the 72 academies was the depth of the mountain master's knowledge. When senior Qi Jingchun was still alive, Maro Xiaodong did not find it difficult at all for Cliff Academy to obtain this honor. However, when he became the mountain master, he felt even more powerless. Since he had returned to the Confucian Temple Academy, he could not rely on himself as the mountain master. Logically speaking, he could only rely on the students. However, when it came to the source of students, whether it was the Cliff Academy in Dallas capital city or the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom, they could not compete with Lakeview Academy. Before the relocation, Cliff Academy and Lakeview Academy were both part of the 72 academies. However, the first-rate students of the Aquarius continent still preferred to try their luck at Lakeview Academy. If they could not pass, they would settle for the next best thing, which was to go to Dallas Cliff Academy. In fact, regarding this matter, Maro Xiaodong, the other deputy mountain masters, and the former emperor of Dali, all had complaints. Only Senior Qi was always casual and calm. No matter what kind of students came to the academy, he only asked the teachers to focus on teaching them the same knowledge. When Qi Jingchun was the mountain master, Cliff Academy had always been unshakable in one aspect. Every year, they would select a group of students from poor families from the prefectures and counties. Even if these people had a poor foundation in knowledge, the academy would still accept them every year. Qi Jingchun would personally impart knowledge to them. Therefore, to a large extent, many of the talented and intelligent students from the Aquarius continent who had excellent family backgrounds were not willing to come to the Cliff Academy to study, and were also unwilling to be in the same class as these poor students. Maro Xiaodong remembered very clearly that the former emperor of Dali had once visited the academy and hinted to Senior Qi that Dallas capital city was willing to accept these poor scholars. He promised that they would not mistreat or delay these scholars. Not only that, the officials of Dali would also specially open up a smooth career for them. Did this mean that Mr. Qi and the academy did not have to worry? With Mr. Qi's knowledge, he could choose the best students in the academy. Senior Qi laughed and said that even if the Song clan wanted to forget their roots, it was still too early. Therefore, this matter was left unsettled. Therefore, before they went to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, Mountain Chieftain Qi Jingchun did not have any direct disciples. She taught the sons of prestigious clans who were relatively more knowledgeable, as well as the sons of humble commoners who came from the countryside. Maro Xiaodong himself was actually no stranger to this Book of Rites learning palace. He had once come here to study with his two senior brothers, Zhuo Yu and Qi Jingchun. In the end, the two senior brothers didn't stay for long and left him here alone. They left without saying goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. In the letter, senior brother Qi said what a senior brother should say, pointing out the direction of Maro Xiaodong's studies, who he should learn from, and which sage books he should work on. In any case, it was very comforting. However, at the end of the letter, senior brother Zhuo told Maro Xiaodong not to worry. If he was bullied, he should inform senior Qi Jingchun and remember not to bother the teacher. Senior Qi Jingchun was very free and the teacher was very busy. How could Maro Xiaodong not worry? Other than involving the teacher's knowledge, Maro Xiaodong did not dare to complain casually. Senior brother Zhuo did not do anything every time, but when he did, the teacher had to clean up the mess himself. Moreover, the sage of rites had always been friendly with the teacher. Therefore, Maro Xiaodong could only bite the bullet and rest assured that he would study here for several years. Maro Xiaodong walked out of the pavilion and looked at the couplet under the stairs. Experience was needed before words could be said with substance. Only when the words were integrated with the heart, Would one feel that the book was interesting? Maro Xiaodong turned his head and saw Li Baoping, who was holding a walking stick and wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. When Li Baoping walked to his side, Maro Xiaodong laughed softly and said, "Skipping class again?" Li Baoping nodded and then shook her head. "I told the teacher in advance that I would like to go to the oil sack lake with Mr. Zhong and Sister Taizhong to enjoy the snow." After Zhong Qiu and Cao Qinglang left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they parted ways with Kui Dongshan and Pei Qian. The latter returned to the Aquarius continent, but they traveled to the Chens of the South Soro continent and then to the Central Plains. They traveled for several years and finally came to the School of Rites. They heard that the Marushan Mountain Master and Li Baoping happened to be studying there, so they stopped here. During this time, Chen Sanqiu and Taizhong came to the School of Rites. Chen Sanqiu had become a Confucian scholar, but Taizhong was waiting for someone. Unfortunately, the friend that Taizhong was looking for was said to have followed the saint to the fifth world. Maro Xiaodong laughed. "What's so good about the oil sack lake? It's more like the Flattery Lake. What's the big deal?" Then, Maro Xiaodong whispered, "Baoping, these are my personal opinions. I'll say it to you secretly. Just forget it after you hear it. Don't tell others." Li Baoping said, "I won't casually talk about the excellence of other people's writings or their character. Even if I really want to talk about this person, I'll talk about it together with the philosophy of praising elegance and rejecting frivolity. I won't just cling on to the phrase the oil sack obtains the water of the Milky Way, I will add the cup of longevity to it and get entangled with others. The book is close for 1,000 years and the green water flows away are excellent." Maro Xiaodong smiled and nodded, "Very good." Learning, discussing Tao, and dealing with people must be so righteous and peaceful. Li Baoping hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Mao, don't worry too much." Previously, she saw Mr. Mao admiring the scenery alone from afar. Li Baoping came here to greet the Marushan Mountain Master. Maro Xiaodong laughed, "It's inevitable to worry, but I won't worry too much." "Don't worry." Li Baoping bid farewell and left. He reunited with Zhong Qiu, Cao Qinglang, and Sister Stack Zhong, who went to the oil sack lake to admire the snow. Chen Sanqiu was now a Confucian scholar in the academy. It was not good for him to skip classes. Moreover, although Chen Sanqiu read a lot of books at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he only realized that it was not easy to catch up when he actually went to the academy to study. Moreover, Chen Sanqiu became a Confucian scholar in the academy for no reason. When he just arrived at the Li Ji Academy, an amiable old man found him and they chatted and admired the scenery. Chen Sanqiu only found out later that the old man was the Grand Chancellor of the academy. Therefore, Chen Sanqiu studied diligently. Because he entered the nascent soul realm on his journey from the South Soro continent to the Central Divine continent, Chen Sanqiu had his own advantages compared to many scholars in the academy who were not cultivators. During the day, the headmaster taught Tao and at night, he studied by himself. At the same time, he could nurture his sword will without tiredness. Stack Zhong was still at the bottleneck of the Aurus core realm, but she did not think much of it. After all, Chen Sanqiu was recognized as a scholar in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The natal supernatural power of the flying sword was related to literary luck, so it was normal for Chen Sanqiu to break through the realm. Moreover, Stack Zhong was now in a state of sudden relaxation. It was as if she did not know what to do after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When she thought of reuniting with the Confucian gentleman one day, Stack Zhong would be nervous. The fifth world would only open after 100 years. At that time, she and Chen Sanqiu could go to the foreign place where it was difficult to distinguish between home and foreign land, and meet Ning Yarrow and the others. Therefore, Li Baoping often took Sister Stack Zhong out to relax. Maro Xiaodong looked in the direction they left. The red cotton-padded jacket Li Baoping and the green-robed scholar Cao Qinglang were used to traveling with the mountain walking staff. Maro Xiaodong stroked his beard and smiled. He was relieved. The depression in his heart fell with the snow. No matter what, the incense of his literary lineage was no longer so unstable as if it would disappear at any time. Maro Xiaodong had a good impression of Cao Qinglang. And Cao Qinglang was the direct disciple of his junior brother Chen Pinggan. According to seniority, She should call him martial uncle. In fact, when Cao Qinglang met him for the first time, she bowed and called him martial uncle. How could Maro Xiaodong not be happy? Because of some things, little Bao Ping and Lin Shuyi could only call him Mountain Master Maro or Mr. Mao. And Maro Xiaodong did not take in any direct disciples. The little girl Pei Qian was Chen Ping'an's fifth disciple, so in the end, the only legitimate third-generation disciple of the sage of literature lineage was Cao Qinglang for the time being. The tall old man turned and left the pavilion to read. He planned to go back to his residence to warm a pot of wine. Opening the window and reading on a snowy day was the best. Unexpectedly, someone laughed and shouted behind him, "Xiaodong." Tears welled up in Maro Xiaodong's eyes. He slowly turned and bowed, unwilling to get up for a long time. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Student greets teacher." The old scholar waited for a while, but the student still did not get up. He felt helpless and walked down the stairs to Maro Xiaodong's side. The old scholar, who was almost a head shorter than Maro Xiaodong, stood on his tiptoes and patted his student's shoulder. "What are you doing? Teacher finally put on a straight face and you didn't see it. What a waste of the teacher's demeanor that he worked so hard to cultivate." Maro Xiaodong quickly straightened his back and bowed slightly. His teeth were chattering in excitement. Once again, he respectfully addressed him as sir. He had not seen his teacher for more than 100 years. His teacher was not tall, but he was very knowledgeable. The old scholar nodded. "Don't do things more than 3 times. That's enough. Xiaodong, I'm not blaming you, but every time I see you bow, I feel anxious. Back then, I felt like I was burning incense and praying to the departed." Maro Xiaodong said guiltily, "It's student's fault." The old scholar said helplessly, "What's wrong? It's the teacher who doesn't care about etiquette and the student who cares about etiquette. It's a good thing. Ah, Xiaodong, you should learn from your younger martial brother." Maro Xiaodong did not know what to do and could only admit his mistake. The old scholar led Maro Xiaodong into the pavilion. Maro Xiaodong was always one step lower than the teacher. Finally, he sat opposite the teacher. Maro Xiaodong straightened his back and sat upright. The old scholar did not blame his student for not having good eyesight, but he felt sorry for him. The old scholar suddenly stood up and spat out, a body of knowledge that resonates with heaven and earth. His sleeves are clean and the wind blows without leaving anything behind. His oil sac obtains the Milky Way, his mouth contains the heavenly constitution to create the Great Lake. Bah! The old scholar had a good impression of the person that Maro Xiaodong and Little Treasure Bottle were talking about. However, when it came to the scholars of the future who used poems to flatter this person, he really wanted to compile the poems into a book and throw it into a Confucian temple in a certain country. He would then ask the person who was given the posthumous title of Duke Wenzhen if he was embarrassed. However, this person's craftsmanship and the art of political theory were indeed extraordinary. Maro Xiaodong looked down and did not move at all. His heart was as still as water. In any case, whatever the teacher said or did was right. The old scholar returned to his seat and said, "The wine from Oil Sack Lake is really good and the price is fair. However, the rule of gentlemen and virtuous people buying wine at half price is too unfriendly. What's wrong with being a scholar? Being a scholar does not mean being an official." Maro Xiaodong did not say a word and only listened to the teacher's lecture. The old scholar had waited for half a day, but his student did not take the initiative to bring up the recent debate at the Confucian temple. He felt very regretful. It was too boring to bring up such a topic himself. Maro Xiaodong just sat opposite him and sincerely felt that his teacher did not care about trifles and yet did great things all over the world. The old scholar smiled and said, "Earlier, at the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I was drinking with Zhuozhuo and your younger martial brother. Chen Ping'an talked about your teaching and preaching. He said that you are the most like me, mellow and gentle. He also said that you study carefully and teach with trepidation." Maro Xiaodong hurriedly stood up and said, "I do not deserve such praise." The old scholar said slowly, "If I am not as good as you, and if I am not as good as you, then do you think that you can only rely on the holy teacher to do everything personally? If you feel that you do not deserve such praise, then you really do not deserve it." True respect for one's teacher is for one's students to be unique in their studies. This is true respect for one's teacher. The Maro Shaodong in my heart should see me and greet me as a student. However, after the greeting, he dares to say a few words to you that are inappropriate in your studies. Maro Shaodong, do you think that you have studied hard for 100 years and that you are more knowledgeable than me? Or do you think that you can find and fill in the gaps in your studies? Even if there is only one, it would be good. After Maro Shaodong stood up, he did not sit down. He felt very guilty and shook his head, saying, "Not at the moment." The old scholar was not angry. Instead, he said with a gentle expression, "A close friend is not a good friend. It is not completely useless. Just continue to work hard." The old scholar paused for a moment and said with a smile, "After all, your teacher's knowledge is very high." Maro Shaodong stood there in a dilemma. He wanted to sit down so that he would not be too much taller than his teacher, which would be inappropriate. However, he also wanted to stand there and listen to his teacher's teachings, which would be appropriate. The old scholar looked up at Maro Shaodong and said with a smile, "You still haven't broken through the nascent soul bottleneck. This is not good. You shouldn't be like this. With your temperament and knowledge, you should have broken through long ago." Maro Shaodong felt guilty again. The old scholar asked, "What is the third etiquette?" Maro Shaodong was about to speak. The old scholar pointed to his heart. "Ask yourself and answer." The tall Maro Shaodong stood in the pavilion, lost in thought. The old scholar seemed to be talking to himself. The pavilion is like a resting place for the heart. Some things are like the wind and snow. If you carry a few books of the sages and know a few of the sages, can you not feel cold when you walk out of the pavilion? The old scholar also asked and answered his own question. "I actually feel that it is not cold anymore. It can let people walk a few more steps in the wind and snow." Maro Shaodong looked at the heavy snow outside the pavilion and blurted out, "A gentleman's learning is beautiful in his body. A person of etiquette is upright. If the mouth can speak, the body can do. If one's learning reaches the end of the road, it is the virtue of a gentleman." The old scholar slapped his thigh and said, "Good." Outside the pavilion, the wind and snow stopped. Maro Shaodong slowly sat down. When the snow stopped, he had already reached the realm of jade. Not only that, the words of the couplets outside the pavilion were shining brightly. Only then did the heavy snow continue to fall on the world. The old scholar suddenly asked, "Outside the pavilion, you walk a long way with a warm heart. There are so many people on the side of the road who are shivering from the cold. What are you going to do? These people have probably never studied before. In the cold weather, they are all wearing thin clothes. How can they study? A teacher who does not have to worry about the cold and the warmth of the weather is nagging in people's ears. Isn't that annoying?" Maro Shaodong was lost in thought. He did not even notice that his teacher had quietly left. The old scholar chuckled to the academy's Grand Chancellor beside him and said, "What do you mean?" The Grand Chancellor said, "Kuidong said in the letter that as long as Maro Shaodong breaks through, he, Kuidong, will be the new Hill Master of Cliff Academy." The old scholar smiled, "Don't forget to let Cliff Academy return to the list of the 72 academies." The latter bowed and carried out the order. The old scholar suddenly said, "I want to borrow the word mountain from you. If you refuse, it is reasonable and I will not make things difficult for you. I haven't seen your teacher for a long time." The Grand Chancellor was originally hesitant, but after hearing this, he agreed decisively. The old scholar patted his shoulder and praised, "You are not muddle-headed for small matters and are even more decisive for big matters. Mr. Sage of Right's disciple is only slightly inferior." The Grand Chancellor of the Academy was speechless for a moment. Asking for knowledge from the Sage of Literature and chatting with the old scholar were like heaven and earth. Li Baoping and the rest had just walked out of the gates of Right's Academy. Li Baoping suddenly smiled, "Mr. Sage of Literature." The old scholar, who only appeared in front of them, waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to greet him, so as not to startle others. However, he spoke without restraint. Since it was autumn, Cao Qinglang and Stack Zhong no longer bowed and greeted him. Cao Qinglang only greeted him as Grandmaster. The old scholar nodded and smiled. The old scholar walked with them to Oil Sack Lake, and no one noticed them along the way. Li Baoping and the rest stepped on the snow, making crunching sounds. Only the old elementary scholar was able to walk without leaving any traces behind. After merging with heaven and earth, he received the help of the mountains and rivers and received the weight of heaven and earth. Scholars have always been like this. The old scholar had always been proud of himself for writing books, accepting disciples, imparting knowledge, quarreling with others, being good at drinking and many other things. However, he did not feel that there was anything praiseworthy about this matter. Whoever praised or scolded him, he would get angry with them. The old scholar walked between Little Treasure Bottle and Cao Qinglang, looking left and right with a face full of smiles. Do I, the sage of literature, need many people? The old elementary scholar waved his hand. To hell with the advantage in numbers. Li Baoping said softly, Mr. Sage of Literature, I heard that you have merged with heaven and earth. You are really a man of indomitable spirit, you are very tall. The old scholar immediately smiled from ear to ear, waved his hand and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. He still had to accept Little Treasure Bottle's praise. Cao Qinglang said, Grandmaster, you have worked hard. Teacher's teacher was his own grandmaster. The old scholar smiled, It's a small matter, you have traveled thousands of miles at such a young age, it's really hard. Cao Qinglang hesitated and asked, Grandmaster, there are some things that I don't understand about the name. The old scholar nodded and asked with a smile, before asking, What do you think is the most useful part of Grandmaster's knowledge? Or rather, what do you want to use the knowledge for yourself? Don't rush, think slowly. It's not an examination, right? Don't be nervous, just treat it as a casual chat. At the side, Zhong Qiu was looking forward to Cao Qinglang's answer. Cao Qinglang had obviously come to a conclusion and said without hesitation, I have read Grandmaster's works word by word repeatedly. Some of them are shallow and some of them may not have been initiated, so I am still confused. But the biggest feeling I have is that Grandmaster's reasoning is the most stable. The reason is profound, but the method of reasoning is shallow. Therefore, there is a certain reason, like the beautiful scenery in the distance, but the path under the feet of the later generations is not rugged. The great Tao is straight, and it is easy to walk. Therefore, people do not feel the slightest bit of hardship. The old scholar nodded vigorously and said, Yes, that's right. Li Baoping nodded lightly and added, Youngest uncle said early on that Mr. Wensheng is like a person walking in front, throwing money on the ground. Every one of them is excellent, but he doesn't accept money. Like the copper coins and treasures on the ground, it allows future generations to pick up money diligently. It's not some mountain of gold or silver that needs to be dug up, it's just a page of a book and you can immediately earn money. The old scholar listened in high spirits and clapped his hands a few times. Then he stroked his beard and smiled. After all, he was the grandmaster, so he had to give face. The old scholar even felt that the students that his disciple had taken in were better than him. Therefore, the old scholar said in the end, Baoping, Qinglang, and of course, Mr. Zhong. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask Maro Xiaodong. He won't make a mistake in learning, and as a teacher, he won't make a mistake. He is very good. Zhong Qiu smiled and said, I heard that there is wine in Oil Sack Lake. I will pay for it and treat Mr. Wensheng to it. The old scholar rubbed his hands and smiled, That's good. Luo Po Mountain. Chen Nuanshu carried a bucket of water and went to the first floor of the bamboo house to help the old master who had not returned from his travels. The study table was always spotless. After carefully wiping the ink slab, brush holder, paperweight, and other items on the table, Chen Nuanshu glanced at the neatly stacked pile of books and pursed his lips. He pursed his lips and stretched out his hands. It looked like he was tidying up the books, but the books were actually a little crooked. When Chen Nuanshu stepped over the threshold and gently closed the door, the eyes of the girl in the pink dress were full of smiles. When Chen Nuanshu went up to the second floor, a little lotus figure immediately jumped out of the room. It climbed up the table along one of the table legs and started running around to inspect the table. It discovered that the paperweight on the table was slightly tilted the day before, and the items on the shelf were not placed properly yesterday. Today, The books were accidentally tilted again. The little fellow giggled, then hurriedly covered its mouth and tiptoed to the side of the books. From tiptoeing to lying on its stomach, it carefully helped Sister Nwanshu to stack the books properly. The little lotus figure was still worried. It ran around the little mountain of books. After making sure that there was no tilt at all, it sat on the table, satisfied. It was glad that it had helped Sister Nwanshu again today. Finally, the little lotus figure sat on the edge of the table and gently swayed its legs. It really wanted to see the young man in white again and ask him if it could take the initiative to greet Sister Nwanshu and Sister Mealy so that it would not bother them. Once every few days, once every 10 days, or once every month was fine too. However, he had not been here for a long time. The young man's teacher had not been home for a long time. Therefore, the little fellow, who had nothing to do, got up and ran to the pen container. It used its remaining arm to wipe the wall of the container. Outside the bamboo building, 3 people returned to the mountain from Dragon Rider Alley. Daoist Changming went to Wei Wanlong's accounting room as a guest. Zhong Jiazhen and Jiang Chu came to the bamboo building together. They had already moved out of the sword prayer platform. Only sword cultivator Kui Wei was still cultivating there. Dragon Rider Alley was much more lively now. Other than the straw shop that Jiao Cheng and his 2 disciples were in charge of, the shopkeeper of the shop next door, Sharu, also had 2 generals under her, Zhong Jiazhen and Jiang Chu. In addition, there was a woman named Changming who often went to the 2 shops to help. For some reason, Zhong Jiazhen and Jiang Chu were very respectful of the woman who liked to laugh. They did not know where she got the money from, but she bought 2 courtyards at the top of the stairs of Dragon Rider Alley. Every time Jiang Chu went up the mountain, he liked to look at the outer wall of the bamboo building. However, Zhong Jiazhen could not see anything, but Jiang Chu said that it was filled with words and many talismans. Jiang Chu was still standing there today, observing the talisman. Zhong Jiazhen sat by the stone table, eating melon seeds with sword immortal Miu. Miu smiled and asked, "Are you jealous of Jiang Chu?" Zhong Jiazhen nodded and said, "I am." Jiang Chu was much more cheerful and smart than her. He was already very familiar with Dragon Rider Alley and liked to go out alone. Every time he returned to the shop, he would have all kinds of gains. Zhong Jiazhen could not do that. She could only guard the shop and do whatever shopkeeper Sharu gave her. Miu said casually, "There's nothing to be jealous of, everyone has their own life." Zhong Jiazhen said, "Mr. Chen said that I don't have the talent for cultivation. I'm just a swordsman and martial artist." Miu became interested. "Are you depressed? Or do you not believe in Master Hidden Official's vision?" Zhong Jiazhen smiled and shook her head. "I believe very much, and I'm not depressed. That's why I want to learn some arithmetic from Mr. Wei in the future, so that I can have a skill. But even if I learn some basic arithmetic and entry bookkeeping, I think I can only do some brain-dead things. I'll strive to be an accountant in the marketplace. I'll only deal with gold, silver, and copper coins. I might never see divine money in my life. But it's better than doing nothing every day. I don't know what to do." Miu did not mind. He was good at dealing with women. He was not good at talking to children, and he was not interested. After all, he was not Master Hidden Official. Zhong Jiazhen did not dare to disturb Sword Immortal Miu's cultivation. She said goodbye and planned to go to the mountain temple at the top of the mountain to see the scenery around Luopa Mountain. Jiang Chu was still staring at the bamboo talisman with wide eyes. Zhong Jiazhen met the swaggering little girl in black on the way. She was patrolling the mountain with a golden pole on her shoulder. Zhong Jiazhen smiled and greeted, "Guardian Ju." The little girl smiled and said politely, "Just call me Big Water Monster." Then, when she heard Zhong Jiazhen say that she wanted to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery, Ju Meili immediately said that she could help lead the way. As soon as Ju Meili turned around, she saw the longevity fellow Daoist who was walking alone. He was tall and wore a loose snow-white robe. He had a smile on his face all day long. Ju Meili quickly greeted her. Changming nodded with a smile and brushed past the little girl and Zhong Jiazhen. Ju Meili stood still, her head slowly moving with Changming. When she could no longer move, She moved back to her original position and walked side by side with Zhong Jiazhen. After holding it in for a long time, she finally could not help but ask, Zhong Jiazhen, do you know why Changming keeps smiling and squinting her eyes? Zhong Jiazhen shook her head and said that she did not know. Zhu Mili chuckled and said, it's fine, it's fine. Sister Nuanshu doesn't know either. It can't be helped. On Luopa Mountain, only Pei Qian's brain is sharper than mine. Have you heard of the idiom money eyes open? You haven't, right? Pei Qian often takes me out for walks, and we often pick up a copper coin. When I smile, Pei Qian says that I'm money eyes open. Haha, I'm money eyes? Haha, what a joke. I'm just pretending for Pei Qian to see. I won't be money eyes open. I won't even blink when other people throw money on the ground. Zhu Mili was halfway through her sentence when she saw a flash of golden light not far from the road ahead. Zhu Mili instantly stopped and frowned. Then she threw the golden pole high up and grabbed something like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She rolled up and caught the golden pole. Patting her clothes, she turned her head and blinked her eyes. Puzzled, she said, what? Let's go. There is no money on the ground. Zhong Jiazhen held back her laughter and nodded. This was the Mute Lake big water monster that Mr. Chen was talking about. Zhu Mili suddenly frowned again. She faced Zhong Jiazhen sideways and carefully reached out her hand from her sleeve. She opened her palm. Not good. Why did the money run away? She had planned to ask Sister Nuanshu for credit after picking up the money. Now, Luopa Mountain really didn't have much money. Last time, when she went to ask Wei Shanjun when the next night party would be held, Wei Shanjun smiled awkwardly. Zhu Mili suddenly stopped moving. According to Pei Qian, there was a murderous aura. It turned out that someone pressed her head from behind and asked with a smile, Little Mili, who did you say is money eyes open? Zhu Mili frowned and opened one hand. She turned around and said pitifully, Auntie, I swear to God, I don't know what I said in my dream. Look at your palm again. Chang Ming let go of her hand and smiled. She turned and left. Zhu Mili found that there was a shiny copper coin in her hand. Zhu Mili gritted her teeth. The little girl immediately turned around and thanked Chang Ming loudly. The future ruler of Luopa Mountain gently waved her hand, indicating that the little girl who called her auntie didn't have to be so polite. Zhu Mili skipped and brought Zhong Jiazhen to the top of the mountain, but her eyes were fixed on the ground. Pei Qian wasn't by her side. She hadn't picked up money for a long time. Wei Pai appeared on the stone bench in the bamboo building. Wei Shanjun really didn't expect that Jiang Chu, who didn't have the aptitude to be a sword cultivator, could learn talismans. On the path of a talisman, whether one had the aptitude or not, they were immediately divided into ghosts and gods. Success was success. Failure was failure. They would obediently switch to other immortal spells. It was similar to whether one could become a sword cultivator. Miu held a wine cup in one hand and leaned his elbow on the stone table. Looking at Jiang Chu's back, Miu curled his lips. Jiang Chu was a child from the same hometown. Even if he had the aptitude to be a talisman, but as a cultivator who was lucky enough to climb the mountain, he still had to talk about his innate root and chi residence. Moreover, it was a big problem for him to cultivate at this age. Miu was a sword cultivator after all. Of course, he could see the seriousness and depth of these matters. He estimated that it would be difficult for Jiang Chu to form his core in the future. It was more likely that he would stop at the sea viewing realm. If he was lucky, he would reach the Dragon Gate realm at most. Wei Pai glanced at the sword cultivator and shook his head with a smile. Miu immediately said with a smile, I was wrong. I have to change. Indeed, Luopa Mountain did not care about aptitude or cultivation level. In my Luopa Mountain, whoever talks about realms is the most vulgar. Sword immortal am I, don't blame me for being nosy as an outsider. For those of us who can be considered elders, an unintentional sentence or an unmindful gaze might make a certain junior miss it for a long time. Therefore, we have to be careful. It really isn't as simple as passing on the Tao and scolding. On other immortal mountains, how could they be bothered with such trivial matters? Miu sat upright and nodded, don't worry. I understand the logic. Lord Hidden Official said that small matters don't save effort, but big matters save worry. I just have a few bad habits that are hard to change in a short period of time. Brother Wei, remember to remind me more in the future. I'm used to being shameless, but there's only one good thing about me. I know my place and can distinguish between good and bad people. I'm good at reading people and listening to their advice. Wei Pai joked, that's not only one good thing. Miu gave a thumbs up and laughed, treat people with sincerity, treat people with sincerity. When she saw Miu and Wei Pai, Changming cupped her fists and bowed. Wei Pai nodded and returned the greeting Changming. Changming came to Luopa Mountain with the most ease, actually. Because of money, Wei Pai's reputation was rotten in the North Continent. Miu quickly got up and said, Sister Changming rarely comes to the mountain as a guest. Sit down and talk. The longevity fellow Daoist ignored Mi Genxian. She walked to the edge of the cliff and looked in the direction of Red Candle Town. The fortune there was extraordinarily rich, as if it could be drawn to her own mountain. Apart from the Padding Cloud Mountain and the Yang clan's medicine shop, no one else knew about it. Taihui Sword Sect, Pianran Peak. Whitehead sat alone on a bamboo chair, sulking. He was with the direct disciples of the ancestral hall outside of Pianran Peak. Apart from them, there were also two who were said to be very likely to become his junior brother and sister. They were on good terms at first, but then there was a dispute. It was not a big deal, so he did not hold a grudge. It was just that he felt a little aggrieved. At first, it was really just a small matter. The other party made a small joke, and the Whitehead casually said something back, and then the other party inexplicably got angry. After completely quarreling, it seemed to have become a lot of annoying things. Until the quarrel ended, the Whitehead found that the things that he didn't care about, they actually cared a lot, and the things that they cared about, he didn't care at all. This made the Whitehead feel more and more helpless. Everyone had their own right and wrong, and it was all a mess. Whitehead finally took the initiative to admit his mistake and let it go. If they met again and pretended not to know each other, it was not worth it. It was too petty. But it was difficult to laugh and laugh like before. Whitehead felt that it was hypocritical. At this time, Whitehead actually missed Pei Qian. That charcoal girl, she was obviously holding a grudge and never minded others knowing. Every time Pei Qian recorded something in the small account book, she wished she could do it under the other party's nose. It was actually easy to get along like this. Moreover, Pei Qian was not really narrow-minded. As long as she remembered some taboos, such as not boasting that she was Chen Ping'an's sworn brother, and not saying that a swordsman was inferior to a sword cultivator, Pei Qian was not difficult to get along with. Qi Jinglong returned to the ancestral hall from outside the Skeleton Beach. When he returned to Pianran Peak, he saw the eldest disciple who was moaning and groaning for a drink. Qi Jinglong asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Whitehead roughly told him everything, and finally said, "Liu, you have a lot of reasons. Just pick a few to make me feel better." On Pianran Peak, Whitehead could call Liu, but he still had to call him master. Qi Jinglong sat on a bamboo chair and said, "Remember, you can't add or subtract from right or wrong." Whitehead waited for a long time, but nothing happened. He said angrily, "What kind of relief is this?" Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "Then say one more to give others some leeway to be unreasonable." Whitehead rolled his eyes and said, "You win." Qi Jinglong began to close his eyes and rest. Whitehead asked, "Are you hurt?" Qi Jinglong shook his head, "I'm fine." Whitehead said, "When you were on the mountain, I didn't slack off when practicing sword." Qi Jinglong opened his eyes and nodded, "I can see that." Whitehead waved his hand, "Hurry up and heal your sword. Don't talk to my proud disciple with so many rules." Qi Jinglong smiled, closed his eyes and continued to nourish his sword intent. A few days later, a guest came to Pianran Peak. Qi Jinglong had heard of him, but he had never dealt with him. It was Liu Jiqing, a sword cultivator who had just reached the nascent soul stage in Jinwu Palace. It turned out that Liu Jiqing didn't immediately go to Taihui Sword Sect to visit Qi Jinglong. First, he went along GBU, Water Dragon Sect, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, Chongxian Bureau of the Great Origin Dynasty, either passing by or visiting. Only then did he come to Pianran Peak. Whitehead rode his sword to the foot of the mountain. Hearing that he was Chen Pingan's friend, he began to wait for a good show. Then, Liu Jiqing saw the sect master of Taihui sword sect. After they were all seated, Qi Jinglong asked with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Liu, you met Chen Pingan at Springdew Gardens Jade Cliff?" Liu Jiqing said, "Actually, we met even earlier, but we did become friends at Jade Cliff." Then, he took out a jar of wine, 2 jars, 3 jars from his core artifact. Whitehead coughed and said, "Sword Immortal Liu, my master usually doesn't drink." Liu Jiqing nodded and said that he knew. Liu Jiqing began to drink by himself. Whitehead held back his laughter and patted his stomach. Qi Jinglong took a deep breath. First, Xu Xingjiu from Cloud Above City came up the mountain as a guest and started drinking without hesitation. He couldn't persuade her to stop. Then, he went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and inexplicably, there was the saying Sword Immortal Qi's drinking capacity is unrivaled. Now, there was Liu Jiqing, who wanted to compete with him in drinking. Whitehead gloated and reminded him, "Liu, you said before how to get along with people close to you." Liu Jiqing was more and more confused. If they weren't close enough, they would make up for it by drinking. Qi Jinglong had no choice but to tell Liu Jiqing about Chen Pingan's bad character when it came to drinking. After learning the truth, Liu Jiqing was helpless. Like master, like disciple. Liu Jiqing remembered something and said to Whitehead, "Pei Qian asked me to pass a message to you." Unexpectedly, Whitehead jumped up as soon as Liu Jiqing started talking. "Don't say it, don't say it. I don't want to hear it." Liu Jiqing was more and more confused. Pei Qian's words didn't seem wrong. It was just that both masters were friends, and she was friends with Whitehead. Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "Say it. It's Whitehead's business whether he wants to hear it or not. Don't worry about him." Liu Jiqing said, Pei Qian said that on his way home, he would visit Whitehead at Pianran Peak. The white-haired old man wiped his face and did not give up. He carefully asked, "Mr. Liu," when Pei Qian said this, was he very sincere or very casual? Liu Jiqing thought for a while and said truthfully, "Haha." Whitehead, who was still hoping for a fluke, was about to collapse. He braced himself and asked, "Was there a slight deviation in her eyes?" Liu Jiqing nodded. He didn't care at that time. Now that Whitehead mentioned it, it seemed that Pei Qian really meant it. Therefore, Liu Jiqing thought that Whitehead and Pei Qian should have a good relationship. Otherwise, Whitehead wouldn't be so familiar with the details as if he had seen it with his own eyes. But why was Whitehead's expression at that moment? Logically speaking, the two masters had a good relationship and both liked to be reasonable. Then, there shouldn't be too much conflict between disciples. Qi Jinglong held back his laughter. It was rare that he wanted to take the initiative to drink. Whitehead fell back on the bamboo chair. He held his head with both hands and murmured, "Now it's bullshit." Qi Jinglong couldn't hold back his laughter. Then, he couldn't bear to laugh out loud. He restrained his expression and reminded him, "After you returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, your breakthrough wasn't slow. In the armory of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was probably the most dedicated time for this direct disciple to practice the sword. Even after returning to Pianran Peak of Taihui Sword Sect, he was actually more diligent than before." Whitehead instantly straightened his back, punched his knee, and laughed out loud. Then, his laughter subsided. Finally, he comforted himself with a lack of confidence. "Let's try our best to have a civil fight. Fighting with violence will hurt harmony. I won't mention the matter of sword cultivators and swordsmen anymore. If it doesn't work, I'll use her master as a protective talisman. There's no other way. She's better at finding masters than me. Only masters are better at finding disciples. Liu is better than Brother Chen." Liu Jiqing glanced at Qi Jinglong. It seemed that the sect master of Taihui Sword Sect was already accustomed to this. After that, Liu Jiqing stayed on Pianran Peak. Every day, he consulted Qi Jinglong about sword techniques. Qi Jinglong naturally did not hide anything. Whitehead also recovered from the bad news of Pei Qian's visit to Pianran Peak. On this day, Lion Peak's flying sword sent a message to Taihui sword sect. The flying sword was immediately transferred to Pianran Peak. After Qi Jinglong received the secret letter, the corners of his mouth curled up. Then, he glanced at the disciple who had finally recovered some vitality. This time, Qi Jinglong really couldn't bear to tell the truth. Whitehead caught a glimpse of his master's face. He crossed his arms and said calmly, "At most, Pei Qian will come to find me tomorrow. What's there to be afraid of?" Qi Jinglong smiled. "The good news is that the letter says that Pei Qian will not come to Pianran Peak for the time being because she went to the Snow Peak continent. There's even better news. Do you want to hear it?" Whitehead smiled from ear to ear. "Whatever." Qi Jinglong said, "Pei Qian is already in the far travel state. The only pity is that she gave up the word strongest twice to break through." Whitehead stood up and stomped his feet. "If she's not the strongest, what realm did she break through?" "Ah, right, Master. Master." Venerable Fiery Dragon, an Ascendant Realm cultivator from Lushire Pit, and Senior White Robe all fought with the other party. Overturning rivers and seas is not an exaggeration. It's actually very difficult for us sword cultivators in the raw Jade Realm to restrain such a fight. Brother Liu, there's also some inside information that I can't reveal for the time being. Please understand. At that time, Ruan Xiu from the Dragon Spring Sword sect used some kind of magic that could make the area within a radius of 100 miles dim instantly. It condensed into a ball of light with a shocking momentum, and it actually directly captured an immortal realm demon who tried to kill her. Then, the ball of light was thrown into the bottom of the sea by Li Liu of Lion Peak. In the end, it was swallowed into the stomach of the Ascendant Realm woman in palace attire at Lushire Pit. An immortal realm died without knowing why. Liu Jiqing nodded, "I understand. It's a pity that my cultivation level is too low. Even if I know about this in advance, I don't have the face to help." Qi Jinglong suddenly laughed heartily. "In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, foreign cultivators from the only continent will be looked upon highly by the local sword cultivators." Qi Jinglong stretched out his thumb and pointed at himself. "It's us." The white-haired man rarely saw his master so high-spirited. Liu Jiqing had always been a very reserved person. He was famous for being soft on the outside but hard on the inside. If he was easy to talk to, he would be too easy to talk to. Occasionally, if he was difficult to talk to, he would be too difficult to talk to. Liu Jiqing was in high spirits. Without saying anything, he raised his head and drank. After drinking, Liu Jiqing looked at Qi Jinglong. "Tilda anyway, I won't urge you to drink." Qi Jinglong said helplessly, "That's not what I meant." Liu Jiqing raised his eyebrows. Qi Jinglong could only imitate him and drink. The white-haired man drank a small mouthful, and said, "Actually, the Great Wall of Sword Chi's impression of the Aquarius continent is not bad. Towards other continents, the sword cultivators there only recognize one, or a few sword immortals, sword cultivators, and not a continent. The Aquarius continent is an exception." Qi Jinglong rubbed his forehead. The truth was the truth, but it was not appropriate to talk about it now. Before drinking, after drinking, you can talk as much as you want. As expected, Liu Jiqing started drinking again. But this time, Liu Jiqing only drank a mouthful, and did not drink much. Qi Jinglong drank more than Liu Jiqing. Liu Jiqing suddenly felt that Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian might not be lying. As long as Qi Jinglong drank, he would be able to hold a huge amount of wine. Qi Jinglong said helplessly, "My alcohol tolerance is really bad, today is an exception." The white-haired man, Pei Qian, laughed. Liu Jiqing too. Qi Jinglong was depressed, and drank a big mouthful of wine. It was not because he thought of Chen Pinggan, but because he thought of his friend who truly loved to drink, and might not be able to drink for a long time. North Continent. After Li Cai returned to floating Duckweed Sword Lake, she went into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. In the words of the female sword immortal, it was to fight without getting injured, fight your mother's fight. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, she chatted with the two direct disciples she had taken in at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li Cai leaned against the railing, drinking her wine and looking at the lake. Chen Li could not help but ask, "Master, why are the cultivators of the North Continent so stupid?" Actually, the young lad's meaning was that, "Master, why are the cultivators of floating duckweed sword lake so stupid?" Only senior brother Rong Chang was slightly better, and could barely chat with him. The young man's first and greatest impression of the entire vast heaven was the hidden official, whom he admired the most and yearned for the most. Chen Li, on the other hand, had earned himself the nickname of Little Hidden Official after going out of the city to fight. This was given to him by others, and the young lad earned it himself. Gao Yuqing felt that the senior brothers and senior sisters of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, as well as the cultivators of the same age who respectfully called her martial aunt and martial aunt, were all very nice people. They were very friendly, and even though they had already guessed their identities, they did not say anything strange. She had heard the master hidden official's strange words, that he could collect a few baskets of them, and that they were even more powerful than the great sword Immortal's flying sword. Picking up a random sentence was equivalent to a flying sword. Her brother, Gao Yeho, had said this with certainty, and Pang Yuanji often smiled without saying anything. It was just that Gao Yuqing did not dare to speak to Chen Li. She trusted Chen Li a lot and felt that Chen Li was much smarter than her. Chen Li was a fast learner. Now, Chen Li was even fluent in Aquarius Continent's Yayan and Great Li's official language, let alone the North Continent's Yayan. As for practicing the sword, needless to say, Chen Li seemed to still be at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was not what Gao Yuqing thought, but what her master said. Moreover, her master had always been very straightforward, and said that Xie Songhua, that snow-white continent woman who was very fast with her sword, and Liu Xia Continent's old Pu, who was more stubborn, had both brought people out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She wanted them to learn the sword well, and at least be 1 or 2 levels higher than those kids, and make her master proud. When she met them again in the future, her master would be able to speak loudly. The snow-white continent woman sword immortal, Xie Songhua, also brought 2 kids out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. One was called Chao Mu, and the other was called Ju Xing. After Li Cai heard the young lad's words, she shook the wine pot and laughed. It's not that they are not scheming, it's that Chen Pingan who is too scheming. At this point, Li Cai angrily threw the empty wine pot into the lake. Damn it, even my most beloved disciple, your senior sister, was taken away by him. Do you know what's the most infuriating thing? After Li Cai sat down, she reached out and pressed Gao Yuqing's head, and pushed her lightly. Go away, don't like me, please don't like me, Chen Pingan is like that. And your silly senior sister likes him even more. Gao Yuqing blushed slightly. I don't like master hidden official. Chen Li chuckled. Yes, you only like Pang Yuanji. Chen Li made a gesture of holding a wooden tablet, and muttered to himself. Pang, Gao. Yuanji, Yuqing. Qi Qing, parting, reuniting by the lake. Li Cai's eyes lit up. Yuqing, not bad, this is the floating duckweed sword lake, and there's the saying a leaf of duckweed returns to the sea, it's a small world. The North Continent has GBU, and the lake is green, Qi meets G, green meets clear. You little girl, your mind is full of twists and turns, not bad, you take after your master. Gao Yuqing's face instantly flushed red, and pulled her master's sleeve. Then Li Cai coughed, and stared at the young lad. Little bastard, don't joke about liking someone. Are you looking for a beating? Chen Li sighed. All right. Master is right. Master, weren't you quite happy just now? You were even happier than your disciple. Li Cai smiled. Chen Li, in the future, Master will leave the important task of abducting other fairies in the floating duckweed sword lake to you. Carry this burden well. Chen Li immediately stood up and said loudly, Yes, Master, I won't refuse. Gao Yuqing suddenly said happily, Our master hidden official never flirts with other fairies. Aren't you, Chen Li, a little hidden official? Then do you want to learn this? Can you learn it? Chen Li thought about it and felt that it made sense. The young lad immediately sat down with an extremely serious expression. Master, I can't do such a thing. Li Cai gently pinched the young girl's cheek and said angrily, Silly girl. Gao Yuqing smiled shyly. Li Cai's mood improved, and she strode away. After Master left, Chen Li suddenly said, "Master, it's very difficult for you to reach the immortal realm." The young lad was a little sad. Even though he had seen many life and death situations, he was still a little sad. It was like an uninvited guest who came and didn't leave. Even if it wasn't noisy, it made people feel uncomfortable. Gao Yoqing's eyes immediately turned red. She lowered her head and softly nodded, clenching her fists. Chen Li said in a deep voice, "Therefore, the two of us have to practice swordsmanship more diligently than any other cultivator of the floating duckweed sword lake. We have to be able to endure more hardships, our swordsmanship must be better, and our breakthroughs must be faster. Gao Yuqing, apart from you being bullied by outsiders, I can ignore everything else, but if you dare to slack off on your swordsmanship one day, I will definitely scold you. No matter how much our master protects you, I will still scold you." Gao Yuqing raised her head and nodded vigorously. Chen Li softened his tone and said softly to her, "When you form your corps, let's go to Master Hidden Official's hometown to take a look." North Continent. Ghost Valley Sheep Intestine Palace. A rat demon who guarded the door would still secretly read books when his patriarch wasn't home. As a cultivator from the school of the War of the Ghosts Hatchet Palace, he still preferred to roam the pugilistic world alone. Every time he completed an act of heroism that was neither too big nor too small, the most he would say was that he was the good man do. As for the two talismans that Sword Immortal Chen had given him in the early years, he had always kept them carefully. Du Yu treasured them even more than the golden crow armor that Jiang Shangzhen had given him. A pair of sisters who almost fell while slaying demons at the Jinjuo temple still depended on each other and traveled the world below the mountain. In winter, the younger sister's cheeks would still be red, and she looked even better than if she had applied rouge. A young boy in green who carried a bamboo box and a walking staff met a new friend. It was a young coachman, and Chen Lingjun hit it off with him. Chen Lingjun still believed in the old saying, "Without friends from 1,000 miles away, there would be no glory from 10,000 miles away." Before crossing the river, Chen Lingjun said goodbye to him, saying that he was going to do something bigger than the heavens. As long as he did it, he wouldn't be afraid of being killed by anyone in the future. That friend wished him a smooth journey. Chen Lingjun stood on the bamboo box and patted his good friend's shoulder, saying, "Good brother, I'll be counting on your blessing." Aquarius Continent. Sword Water Villa of the Shu Shui Nation. Song Yulon followed the rules of the pugilistic world and invited his good friends to wash his hands in a golden basin. He could be considered to have left the pugilistic world and retired in peace. Unlike the incident when the bamboo sword sheath was stolen, the old man admitted that he was old this time. He was also relieved of the younger generation in the family, and he wasn't disappointed at all. Usually, he would guide the disciples in the villa on their swordsmanship. Occasionally, he would go to the small town to eat hot pot, drink some wine, sit at the mountain water pavilion, and flip through books in his free time. The girl with embroidered shoes, one of the 4 demons of the Shu Shui nation, laughed and said, "Look, interesting, Chen Pingdian, Chen Pinggan. It's written in the book that he loves beautiful women like us the most." A beautiful ghost who served as a maid glanced at a spot beside the bonfire. She had a lingering fear, because that was where the young man sat and killed ghosts. She could believe whatever the book said about the young sword immortal, except for this matter. She didn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Anyway, those who believed it had already been beaten to death. It was the kind of person who pulled her head with one hand and punched with the other. The haunted house that used to be filled with yin energy was now a mansion with beautiful scenery. The husband and wife brewed wine every year, and the amount of wine they drank increased. Unfortunately, the person who drank wine never came. On the road outside the city wall of Dali, Kui Dongshan, who was riding on brother Gao, was surprised to see the old bastard who had rushed back from the North Continent. He thought that the old bastard would stay in the capital of Dali, or simply stay at the northernmost side, watching the newly opened road. Kui Dongshan laughed and said, "Yo, you don't seem to be in a good mood." "Then I'm in a good mood. Anyway, the general trend of the Aquarius continent and the North Continent has been reported by the spies. It's not a big problem, and it's all within expectations." Kui Dong kept silent. Kui Dongshan didn't plan to let the old bastard go so easily. You've been promoted to the master of the academy, and you're still not happy. There are only 71 masters in the whole world. How rare. Kui Dong, the old bastard, was so obsessed that he took the initiative to ask for the position of master of the academy from the Confucian temple. Kui Dongshan couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. He felt that the old bastard was smearing yellow mud on his old face. What was he after? As for Tong Yezhou, he could live or die as he wished. Kui Dongshan had long said that if you took advantage of him, you should be happy. Don't make a fuss, and you'll have to pay for it sooner or later. Now that Song Jisin had come to the old Zhuing dynasty from the old Dragon City, he was fully in charge of the construction of the capital. However, this was only in name. At the beginning of the construction, the king, Song Mu, only showed his face. Now he was here to finish the work. The ones who really did the work were the Mo family's magnate and Liu Qingfeng, who was promoted from the Chidu supervisor to the right assistant minister of the Dali Ministry of Works. Kui Dong said, Jiao Cheng will go south to the Aquarius continent soon. Jiao Cheng had no choice. The hemp sect might not be able to do anything to the Ghost Valley. Although Kui Dong was a foreigner, Jiao Cheng knew the importance of the matter. Kui Dongshan said, the same goes for the old monk. Zhigui had already begun to walk along the completed Chidu River. There would definitely be no accidents. Once she succeeded in walking the river, she would immediately ascend from the unpolished Jade Realm to the Immortal Realm. After all, she was a true dragon with luck, and could at least be regarded as half an ascendant realm. She was responsible for guarding the center of the Aquarius continent, which was more than enough. The imitation Baek Okekyung building had been successfully moved to the Dali capital behind Kui Dongshan. The Mo family's ranger, Shu Ruo, was in charge. The Wuyue mountain lord could kill demons with his sword. All the small vassal states in the coastal area, from the cultivators on the mountain to the soldiers at the foot of the mountain, had been incorporated into the Dali army. Before this, the civil and military officials in Dali had already urged the people to build a coastal defense line. All the vassal states in the hinterland had to send half of their troops to the designated place in Dali to station troops. The rest of the cultivators and the gods of the mountains and rivers were supposed to go to the coastal area. However, the vassal states could pay a sum of money on behalf of the vassal states, and it was definitely not a small sum. Once there was any oversight, Dali would directly punish the vassal states. They had to contribute manpower, effort, money, and the worst-case scenario, they had to contribute the people's hearts. The so-called people's hearts meant that in the future, many of the vassal states' imperial literati would use their pens to write moral essays for the people who died in the front line. They would not go against their conscience, but would also benefit themselves and others. In addition, Kui Dong also borrowed the character water from a central continent's Confucian sage, who was known for his unruly nature. The reason was simple. The sage had a bad temper, but he only admired one person in his life, and that was Kui Dong. Of course, the sage did not admire Kui Dong's rebellion and betrayal, but he sincerely appreciated Kui Dong's knowledge. Regardless of how bad Kui Dong's reputation was in the major literary lineages, there were actually many people who admired Kui Dong. Just by looking at the colored cloud manual and the calligraphy that was treasured by the gods on the mountain, one would know how knowledgeable Kui Dong was. Kui Dong suddenly sneered, "Your teacher doesn't seem to be very smart." In other words, the last disciple of the Confucian sage was still not smart enough. Whether it was the literary lineage or the sect, the first disciple and the last disciple, these two people were very important. Kui Dong immediately restrained his smile and said seriously, "How can I fix it?" He did not ask why, he only wanted results. There were three fundamental veins in learning. The first was to reduce self-contradiction as much as possible, as well as the soil to create additional contradictions. They should not be too entangled in the big questions of human nature, such as good and evil, and leave it to moral gentlemen and scholars to slowly explain. Whether or not reading books would no longer be the threshold of learning. The second was that after a problem appeared, the solution must be based on evidence, effective, and immediate. The last was to be able to continuously perfect the rules of learning itself, and not be gradually abandoned by the customs of the world, the feelings of the people, and the hearts of the people. The rules of learning were as stable as the riverbeds of the rivers, allowing the later generations to naturally follow the water and live in it. Even if some small rules were removed based on everyone's preferences, they still had to be like the streams and wells, allowing people to draw water and drink, and accompany the smoke and fire of the city for a long time. Kui Dong shook his head. There is no way to fix it, you can only save yourself. This Dali imperial tutor was silent for a moment. I have thought of it. It may not be able to immediately get out of the predicament, but it can help him win more time. Kui Dong's expression became serious. Is it that made-up landscape travel book? When he was probing, Kui Dong's mind started to turn rapidly. In an instant, it was as if he had flipped through the book many times without missing a word. In the end, after Kui Dong eliminated 3 possibilities, he settled on a choice. The 300,000-word landscape travel book had a total of 24 chapters. The opening chapter mentioned that when the young Chen Bingdian was chopping firewood in his hometown, there was a description of the mountainous terrain of cliffs and rocks. The 4th chapter had the words Yellow Bird of Zhengguan, Bian's red cheeks. The 6th chapter had the words Bian's lake, both fish and dragons are frightened. As for the 11th chapter, it had the words Giant Wall Kui Wei, and the words Yellow Bird of Zhengguan were copied from a poem. In the original poem, there was a little bit of the word Desai. So in that book, the word Desai only appeared once, while Bai appeared twice, and the phrase Bai was repeated. Kui Dong had originally thought of interspersing landscape Bian in the title of a chapter, but he quickly gave up. That would be underestimating the great demons of the wilderness, especially the scholar who called himself the old bookworm in the wilderness. 1, 4, 6. That was 11. The only Kui in the book was in the 11th chapter. With these few hints, it was enough. If there were more, the book would lose the what if it was delivered to Chen Pingan. Kui Dongshan slapped his cheeks with both hands, making a crisp sound. He smiled bitterly and said, "Ask yourself honestly, how many people can be so smart? Do you think I could have thought of it at that age?" Kui Dongshan began to turn his hands and scratch his head, complaining endlessly. Anyone who's not sick in the head would never have thought of this. Just like me, if you didn't mention the thread, would I have thought of this? Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have thought of it. Kui Dong said, "When you're smart enough, you have to gamble on your luck. He's different from you. It's fine if you've read it, but in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as he sees this book, with his personality and situation, he'll definitely flip through it repeatedly." Kui Dongshan jumped down from the child's back and squatted on the ground. He held his head with both hands and said, "You make it sound so easy." Kui Dong stood in place and said to the child, "You enter the city first." The child immediately bowed and left, running away. Kui Dongshan raised his head and asked curiously, "Did you write that book yourself?" Kui Dong shook his head and said, "The first few thousand words were only written in the beginning, and the rest was written by someone else. But I've already decided on the specific use of the 2 characters, Bai, and where to use them." Kui Dongshan muttered to himself, "Why did you do this?" It was a question, but Kui Dongshan's tone was not one of inquiry. Kui Dong said indifferently, "The best result is that I can play with the whole wilderness in the palm of my hand. It's very interesting. The worst result is that I won't let the existence behind Chen Pingan make the world more chaotic." Kui Dongshan suddenly laughed, "A sharp tongue but a soft heart? That's very unlike Tri, very unlike me." After reaching the Ascendant Realm, Kui Dong also got a natal character, Bai. It was no wonder that Kui Dong wanted to go further and become the master of the academy and the sage of the Confucian Temple, and be able to borrow the fate of the vast world. And the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi still belonged to the vast world. Therefore, as long as the teacher could refine the words from the landscape travel book and refine the 2 words Quisha, and then recite it slightly, perhaps the landscape travel book could be a secret letter, a door, or a method to ascend to the upper 5 realms. In short, there were thousands of possibilities. But Kui Dongshan did not ask for an answer. Kui Dong said, "I wrote this book to let him save himself, and this is what the Aquarius continent owes him. It's also to remind him that the truth-seeking game at the Book Lake can't end just by admitting his selfishness. Qi Jingquan's reason may make him feel at ease and find a way to get along well with this world. I also have some reasons on my side, which is to make him worried from time to time and make him feel uncomfortable. I can't listen to this now, don't bother me. Kui Dongshan squatted on the ground and kept writing on the ground. He said, I know I can't ask for more from you, but I'm still angry. After a long time, Kui Dongshan said awkwardly, it's not easy for you to be willing to do this. Kui Dong glanced at the old bastard on the ground, looked at the back of the youth's head, and smiled, you've finally improved. Kui Dongshan slapped the ground, then stood up and said angrily, old bastard, don't talk to me like an elder. Kui Dongshan was suddenly speechless. Kui Dong hesitated and turned around. A poor old man was also silent for a long time, then smiled and said, after so many years, it seems like you're still embarrassed. Dali Imperial Tutor Xiu Hu, the first disciple of the Sage of Literature. Kui Dong took a step back, bowed and answered, the crab with 6 kneeling knees and 2 claws tastes very good. This year, the moon curved and shone on the 9 continents, and the world was in the same autumn. Kui Dongshan sat alone on the city wall, drinking wine. Cao Qinglang was in the Liji Learning Palace, reading at night. Zhao Shu went down to the Sparrow residence in the North Continent. Under the moonlight, he had already practiced 1,000,000 times. Pei Qian was still traveling across continents. He was no longer riding the wind in the sky, but running wildly on the sea. As Chen Ping'an's youngest disciple, Guo Zhujiu was in the 5th world, accompanying Ning Yao, who had finally returned to the city, and accompanying her master's wife in missing their master. Guo Zhujiu asked her master's wife, is the Fuyao continent or the Tongye continent closer to their master? Ning Yao said, actually, neither is close. Guo Zhujiu sniffled and said, why is it so far? Ning Yao said to herself, wait a little longer, there's still one more realm to go. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.